Good morning, welcome back. Happy 420. Sorry about those technical difficulties, but I appreciate you all sticking through it. Oh, that's okay. We're just working out the... Hi, CJ. Working out the kinks. Kinks. Right, yeah, no, just getting started. I haven't been streaming for 3 hours. Oh, there's a link for YouTube. If anyone has a free thumb, you can like it and sub to my YouTube. It helps me a lot, and it's a free way that you can support me before we get started. Hello. Oh, I'm so sorry you've had a migraine all weekend. That sounds awful. Good morning, Carla. Morning, CJ. Hello on the Twitch side. Hello on the YouTube side. Get cracking, shall we? Oh, that's not. Hi, Freedom Evie. Good morning.
This is turning into a revolution.
Whoa!
Rainbower. M. Lord Eins subscribed to your channel for 8 months.
Eins, thank you for another tier 2. Well, Evie, I hope you're doing really well. Thank you for saying hi. We want to start the stream off with some gay frogs. I sure do. But I can hear. Nope.
putting chemicals in the water that turn the freaking frogs gay.
Cheer
Do you
100.
understand that? Turn the freaking
Fast
frogs
cheered
gay.
100 bits.
Oh, serious crap gay. Frogs freaking frogs.
Oh, this is probably not gonna help your migraine.
Gay frogs.
Turn it down. Sorry.
Won't you fight for your life? Gay frogs, friggin' frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay friggin' frogs. Quack, 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 frogs. Friggin' frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs? It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Frogs. Place point.
Okay, what can I play that won't get me bonked?
I hopped off the plane at LAX with a dream, my cardigan. Welcome to the land of fame excess. Am I gonna fit in?
Cuckoo? Okay, we'll do that next.
Up to my right and I see the Hollywood sign. This is all so crazy. Everybody seems so famous. My tummy's
I was just like, oh no, you have a migraine. Let me trigger Alex Jones screaming in your ear. Yeah, we've got 3 minutes if we want to get to level 2 on the hype train. You can sub, gift subs, cheer, support the stream. Party in the USSR. Let's do it.
Cheer 100 Nymeri 26 bitties. Tibble the Blue cheered 100 bits.
Eyeball! Thank you for the 100 biddies. Thank you so much. So generous. Cookie, cookie, cuckoo, 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 cuckoo.
There was a cockatiel who sang cookie cookie. The doctor told me that it's not a normal melody. The song had a supernatural ability to cure any sadness for you and me. Oh baby, why don't we go down to the cockatiel? A song that only we know can make us feel alright. Oh baby, why don't we show everybody how we go
To the cockatiel, it makes us feel alright. Swims with whales. Welcome in. Chat, you got 30 seconds. Is anyone gonna push us over the edge? Now I see. I'll depend on a key.
Oh baby, why don't we go down to the cockatiel? A song that only we know can make us feel alright. Oh baby, why don't we show everybody how we go to the Capitalism.
It makes us feel alright. Thank you, Tyball the Blue. Thank you, Scout Sparks. Thank you, my lord. I'm. Yay, hype train. Thank you, everybody. We needed that. And we're going to start with a traffic update. Oh my goodness! Life.
Israeli airstrikes have killed 14 people in northwestern Syria, according to Syrian state media. The attacks targeted a scientific research center and defense laboratories in and around the city of Masyaf. Several people have been injured. Some of them are reported to be in critical condition. Let's cross
Sorry, content warning.
to Zaina Hodor covering this from Beirut. Zaina, what more do you know about this attack? What can you tell us?
Well, Syria's state media is describing these strikes as the most violent and extensive in years. Syria is blaming Israel for these overnight strikes that targeted multiple locations in two governorates in central Syria, Tartus and Hama. Among the targets, like you mentioned, the Masyaf Scientific and Research Center. It's not the first time that center has been hit in recent years. Now, Israel does not usually comment on individual strikes, but it has acknowledged carrying out hundreds of strikes in Syria with the aim or goal to really degrade the capabilities of Iran and its allies in Syria, to stop, for example, the supply route, the weapons supply route from Iran, Iraq, Syria to Lebanon. So what really we've been seeing in recent months, and really since October, we've seen these attacks become more frequent, is that Israel targets warehouses, arms depots, even airports when they believe that a shipment has arrived, all to ensure that Iran does not entrench itself militarily in Syria and it's not able to open a new front against Israel from the Syria border. So this is a strategy that Israel has used for years now, and it seems that it is employing it in Lebanon as well.
Okay, you're looking at the Israeli military activities and strikes in Syria, but of course also where you are in Lebanon, and there's increased activity in the southern part of the country.
No doubt. They're employing the same strategy. Here, the aim is to degrade Hezbollah. What we've seen in recent days is an uptick in violence after a relative period of calm. Really, this border, what we've been seeing since October, is sporadic escalation. So an uptick in violence. Hezbollah increasing the number of rockets that it is firing across the border in response to Israel's intensification of strikes close to the border. So this tit for tat. But Hezbollah focusing on towns, damaging a lot of homes in this 5-kilometer deep radius along the border, areas which have been largely evacuated from civilians. Israel, in its strikes, really has been focusing on targeting Hezbollah's military assets. So despite this uptick in violence, both sides still sticking to the unwritten rules of engagement to focus on military targets. Even though we're hearing a lot of rhetoric from the Israelis, the Israeli prime minister saying that the situation needs to change. He instructed the army, the security forces to prepare for change along the border. But both sides are showing that they're still calibrating their attacks to avoid a larger war, especially since Israel doesn't seem to have the U.S. backing, at least until the U.S. elections in November.
Zaina Hodor reporting from Beirut. Thank you very much. That's all very useful context. And I'm going to put all of that now to Hassan Barari, Professor of International Affairs at Qatar University. So we're looking at these two fronts, Syria and Lebanon. When you hear Israeli officials speak, they'll say that they're fighting 6 or 7 different fronts, right? The one that is probably the most difficult to understand and get accurate reporting on is what's going on in Syria. Strikes like the one we just saw, 14 people reportedly killed, and we don't really know what Israel is doing there, not in a precise way.
Well, this is not the first time, as you know. I mean, Israel has been raiding Syria over the last 20, 25 years. I mean, even it predated October 7th, and particularly after the onset of the Arab uprisings.
All right, Hunger Games, have a great day.
The Israelis have
Thanks
one
for
objective
stopping by.
to prevent the Iranians from consolidating their position in Syria. So the positioning of Iranian forces are actually a threat to Israel from their own perspective. So they've been targeting them anywhere, and they're killing all of their leaders. And there's one thing also conditioning the Israeli behavior vis-a-vis the Syrians, that the Syrians are not in control of Syria. So every time there's a kind of transfer of weapons.
Ronaldo, good morning.
This would affect the balance of power. So the Israelis think that the best way is to preempt that by attacking these convoys and military installations, Iranian officials. They've been doing this. This is their own strategy. It's actually a kind of a preventive measure in order not to allow Hezbollah to mount an offense that would probably bring Israel to its knees.
And there's very little accountability for this, right? Because nobody is actually denouncing this. You said the Syrian authorities are not saying anything publicly about this, or hardly. The media reporting is not super accurate. It's difficult to get access to the places where these strikes are happening and to get great information, up-to-date information. So the Israelis and everyone else who's operating in Syria, by the way, can pretty much get away with doing what they want in Syria.
Yeah,
as long as it's in Syria, they can get away with it.
Yeah, there's a kind of controlled anarchy in Syria. We don't have really a government that is in control of the situation in Syria. And we have the Syrians who are not saying the truth, and we have the Israelis who are always keeping silent because they don't want to disclose what they've been doing in Syria.
But do we have an idea of who's achieving what then? Like, is Israel even achieving its operational goals in Syria? Do we know?
Yeah, but this is the point. They've achieved some, as it's obvious, by targeting the senior, I would say, officials, Iranians, military men and installation. But this actually does not prevent this transfer of weapon to Hezbollah. I mean, they have not succeeded into that. And the evidence is that Hezbollah is in a really good positions in terms of military capabilities. They can mount really an attack in Israel, so an attack that could be even a successful one. So we know that the Israelis believe that they don't have any other choice other than targeting the Syrians with impunity, of course, because the Syrian regime is condemning these things, but without doing anything. They always pledged that they would and threatened that they would retaliate, but they never did that. So the Israelis, it's easier for them to target any place in Syria and getting away with that, other than targeting Lebanon, for instance, when Hezbollah is always in a mood of tit for tat. So this is the situation right now.
Yeah, and publicly, the Israelis don't even acknowledge what they're doing in Syria. When asked about targeted strikes in Syria, they always say, we don't comment on media reports. So there's no even official comment from the Israeli military side on what's going on there. We'll leave it at that for now. Hassan Barari, thank you so much for your time.
Sure.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest news from Al Jazeera.
Many students in Gaza stand to lose another school year because of the war with Israel. According to the Palestinian Ministry of Education, over 600,000 youngsters missed out on their education last year. Since the beginning of the war, Israel has systematically targeted many schools and universities, often alleging they were being used by Hamas for military purposes. Most schools have been bombed, and those that are still standing serve as shelters for internally displaced families. As the war rages on, children in Gaza have had to focus less on education and more on helping their families to survive.
We're losing another school year and we haven't had any education. I miss my school and I miss my books. We spend all of our days searching for food, water, and shelter.
I spent most of my time fetching water and I have no place to learn. I have already lost one school year and I don't know if I will ever go back to school.
Humanitarian agencies have repeatedly warned that the absence of education will leave Gazan children with long-term difficulties and make it harder to pick up learning again.
A new school year has started and my children are not attending school because of the war. I call on all people around the world to help our children to go back to school, and we pray for an immediate end of this war.
Things are really tough and our children are forgetting what they have learned in school. An entire school year was lost and they are losing another school year. Our children right now are worried about fetching water or some food aid. They only think about surviving or finding a decent tent to sleep in it.
For children of Gaza, education remains an inaccessible right. Experts say the destruction of Gaza's education system will have dire consequences for future generations of Palestinians. Ashraf Shannon, TRT World Gaza.
Go to Copenhagen and speak to Mohammed Shahada. He is the Chief of Communications at the Euro-Mediterranean Human Rights Monitor. Mohammed, I was going to ask Ashraf Shannon this question, but I mean, I actually wanted to put it to you for more of an oversight. What do your representatives, people that you have worked with in Gaza, who have been there over the past few months, what are they saying about the children? When you look in a child's eye and try to talk to a child, it's quite obvious sometimes what is happening in that child's mind, even if the child can't express it.
Yeah, absolutely. So even before this war started, the percentage of children in Gaza who had post-traumatic stress disorder was about 99% of Gaza's population. There were severe symptoms of even persistent depressive disorder with about 70% of the population in Gaza. That was all before October 7th. Now it's what I hear from people on the ground there is that Gazans in general, whether children or adults, have reached a stage where they've become zombified. You're talking to or about dead people walking, or dead people that are just roaming the streets waiting for their turn to be killed by Israel. There is literally the perception that nothing is safe, there is nowhere to hide, there is nowhere to be, there's nothing you can do to not get killed, it's just waiting for your turn. And that is immensely devastating for a child, and it's part and parcel of this Israeli genocide in Gaza, is to create this persistent trauma with the future generation, to create conditions that would bring about the collapse of the population in whole or in part.
So we've spoken about this before, and I think I know your answer, but I'd like to hear it again about what you're indicating possibly being deliberate targeting of institutions, for example, schools, where children are supposed to feel safe, where they can go to be with their friends and they can laugh and they can cry, but they can learn how to grow, they can learn how to interact with other human beings away from their own family. So are you saying, I don't want to put words in your mouth, that Israel knows what it's doing with every building that it hits?
Yeah, absolutely. You don't target about 470 schools out of 560 just randomly, arbitrarily. It's deliberate, methodical, systematic. It's part of this genocidal goal to render Gaza uninhabitable on the day after, to end any site, any infrastructure, to maintain organized human existence, to push the population out, or to cause its collapse in the long term, and even in the immediate and short term. There is also the goal of ending UNRWA by destroying its infrastructure on the ground in Gaza. There's also the goal of what Netanyahu talked about early on, the de-radicalization, quote unquote, which is the Israeli way of saying we want to control the education system in Gaza. We want to indoctrinate those kids in one way or another. Therefore, we need to destroy all the educational infrastructure that existed before and control where kids can go to learn. There's also the goal of maintaining the trauma. There is the goal of the ethnic cleansing. Israel, in the last month alone, bombed about 16 schools in Gaza within 30 days. This is not random. It's systematic, it's methodical, and Israeli media themselves say the targeting of schools is part of a strategy to achieve two things. Number one is to create the feeling that there is nothing safe, nowhere to be, nowhere to hide. And number two, to ethnically cleanse, particularly the northern half of Gaza, to establish the feeling that everybody there is a target, so people would start leaving south.
When you look at the faces of these children that we're showing while you talk to us, is this a counterproductive strategy from Israel? You see the children and you think, how will you ever forgive the people who have done this to you? You see the people who have brought them into the hospital in complete despair. How could they even forgive Israel for doing something to their brother or their son or their daughter?
Absolutely, but Israel's goal here is not to coexist with Gaza on the day after. The goal is to finish Gaza as a city, so that if the war was to stop today or tomorrow, there wouldn't be any potential for organized human existence to be sustained there, so people would leave en masse. This is not just my assessment. I heard this word for word from European Union leaders off the record who would say behind closed doors that Israel's goal is to wipe out any infrastructure or any potential for life in Gaza to be sustained, so people would have to leave. Israelis have been talking over the last decade that the next war with Gaza should be the last one. We should settle or finish the Gaza question. They've been very open about it for a decade. Now they've got the opportunity, and now this is exactly what you see in action, just creating the trauma, the fear, the destruction of every living space so people would leave.
Mohammed Shahada, thank you so much for the contribution. We always appreciate it.
Thank you.
Speaking of Kamala Harris not even paying lip service to making any changes, much less making the changes, here she is telling Dana Bash what she would do about Israel.
President Biden has tried unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza.
Okay, first of all, I think he's tried. And also, anyone saying Israel and Hamas is a joke. The idea that this is Israel targeting an organization, a terrorist organization, as they would call it, which is, if you want to do that, fine, but make sure you say a much larger terrorist government is trying to target. They're not. We know this. This is a war on the people of Palestine. Anyway.
He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I am unequivocal and unwavering in my commitment to Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped. As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end. In the meantime, and we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out. I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
But no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at the significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8 to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution, where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security and self-determination and dignity.
The two-state solution that Israel has said is not going to happen. Like, explicitly. We've known it wasn't going to happen, but they've explicitly said that. Yeah, so there's Kamala Harris, not even feeling pressure to pretend to have any difference with Joe Biden.
Listen, I mean, I was in Dearborn about a month ago speaking with folks. That's when a little bit after Biden dropped out. I got news for you. They're not voting for her. I can't speak for all Arab Americans, but I talked to a lot of people. And one woman said it best, your sympathy doesn't stop the bombs. And I also think that I tell my audience, and I think we should just be honest, people could call it anti-Semitic if they want. I happen to be Jewish, so I'm feel very, very easy saying this. Follow the donors. Biden's top donors and now Harris's top donors. Jeffrey Katzenberg is like the co-chair of this campaign. His net worth is just under $1 billion, ardent Zionist. Not only is he donating heavily to Harris, he is raising tens of millions, if not more, from other rich people. Haim Saban, net worth $3 billion. I think he's the top donor to the Democrats, if I'm not mistaken, dating back to Bill Clinton. Hillary, he's given, Pelosi, all of them, Congress, Senate. Many years ago, I think it was 2018, when the last time Israel was bombing Gaza, not to this degree. A couple Democratic senators kind of said something tepid, pro-Palestinian, and he came down on them. They just happened to be taking his money, and they quickly reversed. The 5-minute pause that Biden did when he was still running, I'm going to pause weapons. Haim Saban, again, net worth $3 billion, sent a nasty letter to Biden's top aides, and Biden quickly reversed that. This is who's funding Harris's campaign. There's a lot of other, and it's not just Jewish donors. There's a lot of donors that are not Jewish, that are just Zionists and very ardently pro-Israel. But there's also a lot of top donors that are very, very wealthy. I mean, look, when Sheldon Adelson was alive, Republicans went to kiss his ring first. The rich casino guy. The New York Times had a story 2 weeks ago that his wife now is going to put in $100 million. And by the way, that's why Trump moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, because Sheldon Adelson, when he was alive, gave Trump $30 million. So bottom line, I mean, the media can, cheer on her crocodile tears are a little better than Biden's, but she's not going to do anything because the money comes first. They believe they need to outraise Trump. I believe that's kind of fool's gold. Hillary Clinton in 2016 outspent Trump 2-1. It's not, the money is not, and once the good vibes from the convention dissipate, which I believe they already are, it's not just Arab Americans. I mean, we've seen from the protests, a whole younger generation, I would say age 18 to 35, before October 7th, they were already softening on Biden, fleeing because of inflation, because of the student debt, climate.
What's your response to that counter argument? The donor.
Hey, Christina. Catboy Ray, welcome in.
Class would abandon her and AIPAC would eviscerate her.
Well, first off, you're not running for president of the United States. You're running for president of 6 states, because the Electoral College makes it just about 6 states. And even if AIPAC just goes bonkers on her, I do believe through, if she changed her policy, you could have, I wouldn't say like a Bernie type small dollar engine, but her small dollar could really significantly move up, including progressives who maybe don't like her on other things, but, support her for a little moral courage. I don't really think AIPAC could make the difference in 2 months. The donors might turn on her, but are they going to start running ads for Trump? I don't know about that. But I will say the economy and inflation is still the number one issue. So even if she turned on policy in a good way that we would like and your audience would like, I don't think Gaza in those swing states, for most voters, I'm talking independents, the elusive swing voters, I don't think their vote is going to change based on whether she is calling for an arms embargo or not. I think it's really the young voters, not just young voters, there's older people that care about this too, but young voters, Arab Americans. I see there's more to gain for her, because I don't see AIPAC money swinging all the independents against her. I see if there's a really, really, really bad economic event this month or October, that could. But on Israel-Gaza, I think that's the top issue for younger people, Arab Americans, not independent voters.
You can measure the health of a society by how it treats its warmongers and its peacemongers. You can tell a lot about the health of a society by how it treats its warmongers and how it treats its peacemongers. When those who push for war are elevated to positions of prominence in government and media, while those who push for peace are smeared as anti-Semites and Russian agents, you know you are living in a wildly dysfunctional civilization. When politicians who promote the interests of empire managers and war profiteers rocket to the top echelons of government, while those who promote the interests of war victims and ordinary people have their homes raided and their devices seized by police under counterterrorism laws, you know you are living in a profoundly sick society. When those who spend their lives promoting mass military slaughter at every opportunity are rewarded with esteemed and lucrative punditry careers, while those who call for an end to mass military slaughter have their influence relegated to increasingly marginalized online platforms, you know you are living in dystopia. War is the most insane thing humans do. The most destructive, the most traumatizing, the most destabilizing, the least sustainable, the least morally defensible, the least conducive to human thriving. It is promoted by the very worst among us, and it is opposed by the very best. In a healthy society, those who dedicated themselves to the task of getting as many human beings ripped apart by military explosives as possible would be reviled as monsters and caged for the health of the collective. In our society, this is seen as a perfectly legitimate career path from which someone can earn a very comfortable living. In a healthy society, only those who promote the interests of ordinary human beings and spurn the influence of malign manipulators would ever be elevated to positions of leadership. In our society, it's the best way.
We absolutely do, Soul Life. I mean, I was saying yesterday, there's not a time in modern history that the U.S. wasn't involved in some sort of war. It's how we sustain our economy. It's so fucked by profiteering off war in other parts of the world and exerting influence and empire.
Way to make sure you spend your life in perpetual obscurity. This is what powerful manipulators have successfully duped us into accepting as normal. This is the insanity that mass media propaganda and mainstream culture manufacturing have convinced us to regard as okay. But it is not okay. It's about as far from okay as anything could possibly be. And now here we are, our eyes full of genocide in the foreground and a looming global conflict between nuclear-armed states in the background, with those who decry this being shouted down and silenced, while those who support this become millionaires and presidents. There is no part of this that is acceptable. Every aspect of this civilization is a freakish abomination. We've got to wake up to what's going on. And we've got to find some way to remove the people who have placed us on this trajectory from power. So long as any part of this nightmare looks fine and normal to most people, we've got no chance at a healthy world.
From New York, this is Democracy Now!
I saw Aisha lying on the ground beneath an olive tree, literally bleeding to her death. There was blood gushing.
And I'm muted. My mom was just talking to me about Aisha Noor Eggy, I guess is how they're saying her last name. Aisha Noor Eggy. My mom was, they're actually talking about it on mainstream media about, every hour. So it's finally the walk to travel. Thanks for following. Welcome in. It's the classic Western chauvinist outrage that, an American was killed. How dare. And her death is very tragic and she died a hero, right? Fighting for Palestinian liberation. and she's rest in power. We should remember her name, as one of the many, many martyrs who has died in the struggle. But it's so frustrating to me that this is what gets people attention, not the 50,000 Palestinians genocided. All right. Are the headlines?
Nears 41,000. Though she tried to protect a Palestine. Democracy Now!
There we go.
Democracy
I was like, where does it
Now.org.
start?
The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's war on Gaza has entered its 12th month as the official death toll nears 41,000, though that's believed to be a vast undercount. Israel killed at least 8 Palestinians Saturday in an airstrike on...
There are at least an estimated 10,000, a low estimation of 10,000 people buried beneath rubble. So, like, when they say, oh, it's approaching 41,000, it's like, no, it's approaching minimum 50. And then in the West Bank alone, about, I think it's 13,000, between 10 and 13,000 in the West Bank, Palestinians have been detained on most of them on administrative detention. Like, that's a shitload of fucking people to be imprisoned and for it to not be a goddamn major story, because the horror that's happening in Gaza is so much, so more blatant that, the West Bank has been largely ignored over the last year, but like, they are just disappearing people and sending them to prisons or concentration camps is a better word for it. This is an ethnic cleansing. That is the goal. They want to rid the entire region of Palestinians. They want to rid the world of Palestinians. It's disgusting. We watched that two nice Jewish boys podcast where they were like, oh, if I could hit a button and just erase the Palestinians, I would do it in a second. Like, can I do it again? And then they're like, I wasn't advocating for genocide. What? Don't put words in my mouth. Outrageous. Okay. That's just me going over the fucking death toll. Let's get through this.
On a school housing displaced people in the Jabalia refugee camp. Meanwhile, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Michael Fakhri, has accused Israel of carrying out a starvation campaign in Gaza. The World Food Programme warns some 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza remain in urgent need of food and humanitarian aid. In the occupied West Bank, a funeral is being held today for the Turkish-American activist Ayşenur Ezgi Aygi, who was shot dead Friday by Israeli forces. She was a 26-year-old recent graduate of the University of Washington who was volunteering with the International Solidarity Movement. She was shot while taking part in a weekly protest against illegal Israeli settlements in the town of Beita. The Israeli activist Jonathan Pollack witnessed the shooting.
By the time this had happened, it was completely quiet here. We were standing for 15 minutes without anything happening. The reason
so like
is because it was completely quiet.
I saw Kyle Kalinske say that. I haven't seen it anywhere else, and it's something that I haven't covered because it's just a little too fucking much. Yeah, they are using attack dogs in all sorts of ways.
quiet. And then all of a sudden, 2 shots. And the sniper or the soldier that was there took a kill shot.
Jonathan Pollock held Aishanur as she lay dying. We'll have more on this story after headlines. Meanwhile, Israeli troops are also accused of fatally shooting a 13-year-old Palestinian girl named Bana Laboum. She was hit by a bullet while inside her own home in the village of Karyut, which had been attacked by Israeli settlers. Bana's mom spoke out after her daughter was killed.
She was in her room along with her sisters. She was afraid, in fear, and suddenly a bullet got in through the window and hit her while she was on her bed. This is what happened. There were scuffles outside with the youth, but we were surprised that a bullet came through the window and onto her.
As many as 750,000 Israelis took to the streets Saturday in Tel Aviv and other cities calling for a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal in what's been described as one of the largest protests in Israeli history. This is
Billy Titty Fart
rated your channel
Raid.
with 78 viewers.
Let's go. Hi, Gwen. Hi, Vibrator. Hi, Carla. Pendulous Dragon. Opioid Crisis. No. Hello. Audio.
Melt down the plastic sky.
If you like dog shit content, please subscribe. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had an amazing stream. I saw it was a long one, so if you need to do some self-care, get it. Make sure you get some food and some rest, Gwen. I really appreciate you. Everyone, check out US A-Hole, the best NB chud chaser fucker. No, you don't fuck chuds or chase them. You just ban them. Chuds are chicken fuckers. Anyway, we are multi-streaming today, so that all just went to YouTube as well. Hi, YouTubes. Everyone go to twitch.tv/USAhole and check them out. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, if you don't know me, my name's Adrian Vixen. I use they, them pronouns. I am a non-binary, queer, autistic, disabled variety streamer. I cover leftist news and politics and shit that I find interesting. We are just getting started with headlines from Democracy Now! So y'all are in good timing. The QTs are in. QT Parade. Thank you guys. Welcome. Get cozy. We're doing the news. You know, and hey, if you like what I do here, maybe, you know, follow like Railroad Delayed did, or subscribe even. You know, it's on sale this month only. Get that discount because I think they're going up in price. I heard a rumor that the prices are increasing, so it's a goddamn cutie raid. All right. So far headlines, we've actually gone through quite a bit already, and it's going on in Gaza, so I'm just gonna run it back a little bit. So death toll is up to 41,000, but that doesn't count the thousands that are missing. Oh fuck, ads. Sorry. Yeah, October. I just heard that as a rumor. I haven't seen any policy. So don't take my word for it, but maybe look into it. I'm sorry about the ads. I apologize. Hey, if you want to watch without ads, you can go to YouTube. Or subscribe. But I am currently not monetized on YouTube, so there are currently no ads on the YouTube stream. Good to know the rumor. Yeah, like I said, I heard a rumor. Heard a rumor. If you like dog shit content, please subscribe. We'll just wait for the fucking ads to run. Reggie. I gotta let the cat out. Shit. Hold on 1 second. Okay, sorry about that. Fur babies. Yes, October, thank you. Everyone can subscribe to the YouTube channel for free. Not that I want you to leave Twitch, because, like, we love it here. But, yeah, it's a free way to support this stream. I'm Fighting Gale. Welcome in, sweetheart. LT9K, I see you over there on YouTube. Welcome in. Still life. Okay. This is true. If I get enough free subbies on my YouTube page, I will eventually get monetized. I think it's got to be like 500. So we got a long way to go. So if you're not subbed to my YouTube, it's a free way to help me make more money eventually. And it costs you nothing. Okay, yeah. Well, subscribing on Twitch adds plus 48 to emotes and gains ad immunity for sure. Do what I do. Yeah, like the stream on YouTube and then come back to the Twitch. Thank you. Thank you for doing that, October. Thanks for boosting me in the rhythm of Al Gore. Yeah, 500 subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. Yeah, I got a long way to go. I'm at like 170 something subscribers, so I think I've got like half that in watch hours. So we're getting there, and the more streams I do, the easier that'll be. Yes, it is pinned. I will link it as well again, because make it easier for you guys. Here's the YouTube stream. Hi, look, it's me. All right, let's get into it. Oh no, I don't want just the audio.
Michael Fakhri has accused Israel of carrying out...
There we go. Perfect.
Welcome
hey, look,
to
it's
Democracy
me.
Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's war on Gaza has entered its 12th month as the official death toll nears 41,000, though that's believed to be a vast undercount. Israel killed at least 8 Palestinians Saturday in an airstrike on a school housing displaced people in the Jabalia refugee camp. Meanwhile, the UN Special Rapporteur on the Right to Food, Michael Fakhri, has accused Israel of carrying out a starvation campaign in Gaza. The World Food Programme warns some 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza remain in urgent need of food and humanitarian aid. In the occupied West Bank, a funeral is being held today for the Turkish-American activist Ayşenur Ezgi Aygi, who was shot dead Friday by Israeli forces. She was a...
Oh, I want to know how they're... Aygi is how they're saying her last name.
26-year-old recent graduate of the food, Michael Fakhri, has accused
sure I get her
Israel
name
of
right.
carrying out a starvation campaign in Gaza. The World Food Program warns some 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza remain in urgent need of food and humanitarian aid.
That's like
And
the entire
occupied West Bank,
population.
a funeral is being held today for the Turkish-American activist Ayşenur Ezgi Aygi, who was shot dead Friday by Israeli forces. She was a 26-year-old recent graduate of the University of Washington who was volunteering with the International Solidarity Movement. She was shot while taking part in a weekly protest against illegal Israeli settlements in the town of Beita. The Israeli activist Jonathan Pollock witnessed the shooting.
By the time
Thanks,
this
Ali.
had happened, it was completely
Yeah,
quiet
Soul
here.
Life apparently,
We were
like
standing
even
for
mainstream
10,
media is talking
15
about
minutes without
Ayşenur.
anything happening. The reason why no one was filming is because it was completely quiet, and then all of a sudden,
Which
two
I
shots.
was
And
saying
the
earlier
sniper
pisses
or
me
the
off
soldier
that it
was there
takes
took
an American dying for it to be a problem. When they literally snipe Palestinians every day. But at least the media is talking about it because my mom asked me about her when I took a little break just before we went into this. So they are it is getting attention.
a kill shot.
John,
has Biden said anything? I don't know. We will see today if there's probably I think the State Department had said that the usual Israel is going to investigate, and we will let Israel conduct its investigation. I believe that is the State Department's stance, but I think we'll probably see some more on that today. Yeah, I don't think it'll move the needle. I don't think it'll move the needle, unfortunately.
Jonathan Pollock held Ayşenur as she lay dying. We'll have more on this story after headlines. Meanwhile, Israeli troops are also accused of fatally shooting a 13-year-old Palestinian girl named Bana Laboum. She was hit by a bullet while inside her own home in the village of Karyut.
Oh, Pendulous Dragon, that's a lot. Neurosurgeon appointment and oncology coming up. Definitely wishing you good vibes. And exclamation point PD on the Twitch chat. If we can post that link on the YouTube side too, Pendulous Dragon could use some support. If you can throw anything at the Cash App.
Which had been attacked by Israeli settlers. Bana's mom spoke out after her daughter was killed.
She was in her room along with her sisters. She was afraid, in fear, and suddenly a bullet got in through the window.
That's so
and hit
fucking
her while
sad.
she was on her bed. This is what happened. There were scuffles outside with the youth, but we were surprised that a bullet came through the window and onto her.
As many as 750,000 Israelis took to the streets Saturday in Tel Aviv and other cities calling for a Gaza ceasefire and hostage deal in what's been described as one of the largest...
Well, my mom watches CBS, so they're talking about her. Zarina! I mean, anywhere else in the world, if school being bombed is news, but in Gaza it's just Sunday or Monday or Saturday or whatever day it happened to be this time. Destroyed hundreds of schools at this point. There are 70,000 destroyed buildings in Gaza now. There's no way the death toll isn't higher. Yeah. Yeah, all good points, AC.
Largest protests in Israeli history. This is Zahira Shahar Moore, whose uncle, Abraham Munder, died in captivity in Gaza.
As long as Netanyahu remains in power, we will keep getting hostages back in body bags. Netanyahu must be removed from power in order to save the lives of the hostages and the country itself.
A Jordanian truck driver shot dead 3 Israeli security guards at a border crossing between the occupied West Bank and Jordan Sunday. Israel responded by temporarily closing all border crossings with Jordan. Pedestrian traffic has resumed on the Allenby Bridge, the site of the shooting. 3 Lebanese paramedics were killed and 2 were injured Saturday in an Israeli attack on southern Lebanon. The Lebanese government said the paramedics were killed as they were responding to fire sparked by recent Israeli airstrikes. In related news, Israel's accused of attacking Syria overnight, killing at least 16 people in Hama province. Another 36 people were wounded. Donald Trump's sentencing in his hush money election interference case has been pushed back till November 26, weeks after the presidential election. New York Judge Juan Merchan made the ruling on Friday. On the same day, Trump appeared in a different New York courtroom as his lawyers attempted to overturn his sexual abuse conviction in the E. Jean Carroll case. Trump later held a news conference where he assailed Carroll and another woman, Jessica Leeds, who'd accused him of sexual misconduct on a plane.
It couldn't have happened. It didn't happen. And she would not have been the chosen one. She would not have been the chosen one.
To see our interviews with Jessica Leeds, you can go to Democracy.
If I were gonna grape somebody, it wouldn't be her. What a defense.
Now.org. On Saturday, Donald Trump also posted a message on social media threatening to jail opponents if he wins re-election. He wrote, quote, "When I win, those people that cheated will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law, which will include long-term prison sentences so that the depravity of justice does not happen again. Please beware that this legal exposure extends to lawyers, political operatives, donors, illegal voters, and corrupt election officials," Trump wrote. This all comes as Trump prepares for Tuesday's debate against Kamala Harris. Sudan's warring parties rejected a call by UN experts to deploy an international force to protect civilians from the devastating civil war which erupted last April. A UN fact-finding mission reported harrowing human rights abuses committed by both Sudanese army and the paramilitary rapid support forces. The World Health Organization's Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus visited Port Sudan over the weekend.
According to available data, Sudan's conflict has so far killed more than 20,000 people. This is an underestimate, by the way. Displaced over 10 million people inside the country and forced another 2 million to flee to neighboring countries. This is the largest internal displacement of people in the world today. The scale of the emergency is shocking, and as is the insufficient action being taken to curtail the conflict and respond to the suffering it's causing.
This comes as new video has emerged from Sudan showing the aftermath of an ethnically motivated massacre by RSF fighters in Darfur's Kasab camp in the town of Khartoum last year. The attack killed an estimated 73 people. The RSF have been accused of many other deadly attacks on Black Sudanese communities. In France, tens of thousands of people took to the streets Saturday to protest President Emmanuel Macron's appointment of conservative Michel Barnier as the new prime minister. Leftist parties, which won the most votes in July's snap parliamentary elections, accused Macron of stealing the election. This is Benjamin Lucas, a deputy from the leftist New Popular Front coalition.
By appointing Michel Barnier, the President of the French Republic has decided to spit in the face of the millions of French people who turned out on July 7th to vote in a historic election. The question before us was whether or not we wanted the extreme right to win in this country. The French said no. There was a massive turnout, the highest since 1981. The message was clear: we don't want the extreme right in power.
Venezuela's former opposition presidential candidate Mundo Gonzalez has fled to Spain to seek asylum after spending weeks in hiding. Gonzalez was facing arrest in Venezuela after he accused President Nicolas Maduro of stealing the July election. Venezuela's Supreme Court certified Maduro's victory, but many countries, including the United States, have claimed Gonzalez won. Pope Francis has arrived in East Timor, becoming the first pope to visit the largely Catholic country since it gained independence in 2002. More than half of East Timor's population of 1.3 million people are expected to attend an open-air mass on Tuesday. The Timorese government has faced backlash for spending $12 million on the papal visit and for bulldozing the homes of many poor families ahead of the Pope's visit. A group of Timorese groups have called on Pope Francis to address the history of sexual abuse by priests in Timor-Leste. In Vietnam, at least 59 people were killed as Typhoon Yagi triggered massive floods and landslides. A major bridge collapsed and a bus was seen being swept away in floodwaters earlier today. This is a resident of the port city of Haiphong.
The damage done to this community is extremely severe. Most of the roof was blown away or the ceiling caved in. It may take 3 or 4 years for this place to look the same again because the damage is so terrible. The surroundings look like an apocalypse day. Never before has a storm dealt this much damage to us.
Typhoon Yagi killed at least 20 people in the Philippines and 4 in southern China last week. Climate change is making extreme weather events like typhoons more frequent and deadlier. Boeing has reached a tentative deal with over 30,000 workers in the Pacific Northwest ahead of a possible strike Friday. The deal includes a 25% pay raise, better retirement and health benefits, pledging to build its next commercial aircraft in the Seattle area and giving the union more say in safety and quality issues. And Miami police have launched an investigation after officers stopped and detained Miami Dolphins star Tyreek Hill as he drove to Sunday's game. An officer handcuffed and placed Hill face down on the street just outside the football team's stadium. Police also handcuffed Hill's teammate, Calais Campbell, who said he was trying to de-escalate the situation. Both men are black. After the players were released, Hill scored a touchdown to help the Dolphins win. During the touchdown celebration, a teammate pretended to handcuff Tyreek Hill in the end zone. Tyreek Hill spoke to reporters after the game.
I still don't know what happened. You know what I'm saying? But I do want to say, I do want to be able to use this platform to say, like, what if I wasn't Tyreek Hill, bro? Like, worst case scenario, you know, because it's crazy.
One Miami police officer involved in the incident has been placed on administrative leave. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. When we return, Turkish-American citizen Ayşenur Ezgiaygi is shot in the head and killed by the Israeli military in the occupied West Bank as she took part in a solidarity protest against illegal Israeli settlements. Stay with us. As Long as I Have by Daughters of Jerusalem. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Nablus, in the occupied West Bank, a funeral procession is underway at the time of this broadcast for the Turkish-American activist Ayşenur Ezgi Aygi. She was killed by the Israeli military in the occupied West Bank on Friday. Ayşenur was a 26-year-old recent graduate of UW, the University of Washington in Seattle. She was shot dead by Israeli forces during a weekly Friday protest against illegal Israeli settlements in the town of Beta. According to eyewitnesses, Israeli
I didn't realize that
gas.
she was from, or had just graduated from, I knew she had just graduated. I didn't realize it was from a university in Seattle. I bet Seattle is popping off about this. Seattle's pretty good about protesting. Let's fucking go. I hope to see some protest streams.
And live ammunition, forcing the protesters to disperse down a hill on the edge of the town. Israeli activist Jonathan Pollack, who was on the scene, said the shooting took place about half an hour after the protesters had dispersed and the situation was calm. He said Ayşenur and other foreign volunteers were standing about 200 yards from the Israeli military. He described what happened.
So after retreating from the hilltop, I was right there where the garbage can is, and it was completely quiet already back then. The clashes had dissipated, and then after 10 or 15 minutes, it was completely quiet. I heard two distinct shots of live ammunition. One hit a metal object, and then I retreated a little bit backwards into the olive grove, and then a few seconds after, maybe 2 or 3 seconds, a second shot, and I heard someone calling my name and saying in English, help us, we need help, come over. So I raced through the olive groves down there. Her head was gushing with blood. She was lying here. I put my hand behind her back to try and stop the bleeding, which didn't stop. I looked up and saw a direct line of sight from where the soldiers were on that rooftop, some 200 meters away.
Thank you, Vitingale. Yeah.
I took her pulse. It was very, very weak. Her eyes were rolled back. Her skin started becoming yellow. And we panically called for the ambulance to come. By the time this had happened, it was completely quiet here. We were standing for 10, 15 minutes without anything happening. The reason why no one was filming is because it was completely quiet. And then all of a sudden, 2 shots. And the sniper or the soldier that was there took a kill shot. And this happens in context. This isn't an isolated incident. It happens in the context of the 17 people who were killed in demonstrations in Beta since 2021. We have heard nothing about them because they're not Americans.
That was Israeli activist Jonathan Pollack. Ayşenur was taken to a hospital in Nablus, where she was pronounced dead on arrival. The governor of Nablus told reporters Saturday an autopsy confirmed that Ayşenur was, quote, killed by an Israeli occupation sniper's bullet to the head, unquote. The Israeli military said in a statement it was, quote, looking into reports that a foreign national was killed and that, quote, details of the incident and the circumstances in which she was hit are under review, unquote. The statement added Israeli forces had, quote, responded with fire toward a main instigator of violent activity who hurled rocks at the forces and posed a threat to them, end quote.
They said that she threw. They say that she threw rocks.
Israel was responsible for Ayşenur's death. On Saturday, the Turkish president Recep Tayyip Erdogan blasted Israel for the killing.
Erdogan said something.
Yesterday, they heinously murdered our young child, Ayşenur Ezgi Aygi. To date, they have killed over 40,000 innocent civilians, including 17,000 children. They attack barbarically and shed blood indiscriminately, whether it be children, women, youth, or the elderly.
Meanwhile, the White House has called on Israel to investigate the attack. This is Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking on Friday.
First, I just want to extend my deepest condolences, the deepest condolences of the United States government, to the family of Aishnur Ezgi-Aga. We deplore this tragic loss. Now, the most important thing to do is to gather the facts, and that's exactly what we're in the process of doing. And we are intensely focused on getting those facts. And any actions that we take are driven by the facts. So first things first, let's find out exactly what happened, and we will draw the necessary conclusions and consequences from that.
Aishnur's family has called for an independent investigation, saying, quote, "We welcome the White House's statement of condolences, but given the circumstances of Aishnur's killing, an Israeli investigation is not adequate. We call on President Biden, Vice President Harris, and Secretary of State Blinken to order an independent investigation into the unlawful killing of a U.S. citizen and to ensure full accountability for the guilty parties," end quote. At least 17 Palestinian protesters have been killed in Beita.
The guilty parties is the state, you know, not just the individual soldiers who fired the shot.
In protests against illegal Israeli settlements since 2020. For more, we're joined by two guests. Amado Sisson, which is a pseudonym, is a Filipino-American citizen who was shot in the leg by the Israeli forces 1 month ago today, on August 9th, during the weekly protests in Beita in the occupied West Bank. Sisson was volunteering with the International Nonviolent Protective Presence Group, FAZA, the same group Aishnur was with, along with being a volunteer with the International Solidarity Movement. Amado Sisson is a high school English teacher from Jersey City in New Jersey. We're also joined by Juliet Majid. She was friends with Aishnur at the University of Washington. Juliet Majid is now a PhD student at North Carolina State University. She's joining us from Raleigh, North Carolina. Juliet, let's begin with you. Tell us who Aishnur is. She, like you, just graduated from UW, from the University of Washington in Seattle, where she grew up since, well, her family came there from Turkey since before she was 1 year old.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for saying who she is. She's no longer with us, but her spirit and her love and who she was and who she impacted in our community are still with us every single day. The family, I think, in their statement had beautiful, beautiful words that I want to uplift on who she was. She was amazing, a staunch advocate, an organizer. She was passionate about justice. She was compassionate and kind, and she wore her heart on her sleeves. She always made you feel like you were listened to. You never had to think when talking to her, you just had to be. That's how she was. She just was herself, nobody else. She inspired everybody she ever met. She inspired me, and I know that going forward, I will keep holding her in my heart as well.
Juliet, I know this is incredibly difficult for you. She was killed on Friday. This is just Monday. And our deepest condolences to you and to Aishnur's family, which I know extends beyond
this is turning into a revolution.
But to the whole community.
October 666 gifted one subscription.
Like you and her in the encampment there,
October, thank you, baby.
The United States protesting the Israeli
Thank you so
war
much
in
for
Gaza.
gifting us sub to opioid crisis.
Her activism, you talked about how she inspired you, and also about learning of her death. on Friday. She had just gotten to the occupied West Bank, right? Did a training on Wednesday and was killed on Friday. And you're now a student in North Carolina.
Yeah. So I met Aisha Noor at the University of Washington. We both graduated in June. More than just the student encampment, she was a community organizer in Seattle. She was always volunteering to help, always volunteering in the community.
I don't like to put chemicals in the water. Then you're the freaking frog gay. Do you understand that?
5 Raider 300 cheered 100 bits.
Frogs, freaking frogs. It's not.
Oh my gosh!
I'm gonna say it real slow for you. Gay frogs.
Hype train! Thank you, Vibrator!
Won't you fight for your life? Gay frogs, freaking frogs. I don't like a frog. Gay freaking frogs. Quack, 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 quack. Frogs. Freaking frog crap. Won't you fight the frogs?
Cheer 109
It's not funny. I'm gonna say it real slow for you.
Tibble the Blue cheered 100 bits.
Place point.
S0ULIFE raided your channel with 1 viewers.
Let's go, chat. Let's get it on. Three minutes, 33 seconds to get to level 2. Who wants to get in on this, hypers? Thank you, Tybalt, for the 100 biddies.
I don't wanna write a banger, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. It's land back from Philippines to Palestine. It's time to uprise till we're all free. Fuck individualism, this is collectivism. No more consumerism, tune into global rhythms. We make the revolution irresistible. Leaning on each other, holding them accountable. They turning humans into robot cops. Slaves to empires, brains whitewashed. They put whiteness in religious laws. Gave them rights to enslave mass graves, land theft, prison jobs. Real loves and decolonization.
Welcome back, Loons.
Stop the killings and the occupation. Changing, using radical imagination. Together we're amazing. Write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual, stop the genocide. I don't wanna write a record, I wanna reflect the time. Stop business as usual.
Please set it, freedom, yes, we'll get it. Revolutionary message, genocide, don't let it pass you by. Children continue to die, yeah, ask me why. People in land colonized.
Have a great day, Vitingale. Thank you for being here.
Kill and integrate, watching us disintegrate. But you cannot imitate our style in your face. Revolution illustrate, truth will disseminate. Land back from Peru to Palestine, killing people for some oil, land and some gasoline. I'm talking revolution, this is not an average dream. When you fight against a system built on white supremacy, I don't wanna write a song, I wanna reflect the times. Flood the industry with revolutionary minds. Colonize the forces, start the business enterprise. 35,000 killed, Palestinian genocide.
Awesome, Carla. I need to up my Instagram game. And TikTok. There's like so much good content out there that I missed. Whoa!
I'm not your dad. Cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100, cheer 100 more bitties. Tibble the Blue cheers 400 bits.
1 minute chat. Thank you for the biddies, Tybalt.
Looking out for one another. Fuck your ivory tower. Fuck your abuse of power. Time to stand and deliver from the sea to the river. I got my atomic rocket phonics. What the fuck you gonna do? World leaders, it's all eyes on you. Show me the peace. Show
Bobby Sanchez music. Thank you.
Realize which lies are true though.
Hey yo, my mere existence is resilience, and my resistance, sheer brilliance. But when the people lacking pigment ask what is this, I tell them I'm the Mother Earth hating business. They see a risk in children that are indigenous, and to their loss across the land they show indifference. So it don't come as no surprise to me when they letting the babies bleed for the oil and the greed. Funded by the land of the free, we march and we plead. Defund our vest, detract is the people's decree. So we taking it to the streets from the river to sea. You can block TikTok, but we still gon' speak. Press roll out on pause, it's a priority for all my people from Sudan, Congo to Haiti, Ethiopia, Myanmar, Tibet, and all my students too. South Africa making moves like how the Houthis. Stop this, it's unusual, stop the genocide. Yeah, screaming free, free, free Palestine. Yeah, yeah, free, free, free Palestine.
Thank you so much for the hype train chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go. Appreciate all the support. Yeah, my algorithm is just like, it's like Facebook for me. It's like people I know. I don't get like content on Instagram. So I need to like follow some like bigger accounts or like more. Like, it's hard. It's really hard for me to like find people on Instagram that have common interests because like you can't like repost or share posts the same way you can on Twitter. So I don't know. But I have followed some good accounts like Disability Divest and I make reels about my clothes. About the merch. Speaking of merch, y'all, check out the fucking merch store sometime. A lock venom. If I can't find them. The chat's moving kind of quick. Oh, yeah, okay. Medium poet. Love it. I hate that after I followed them, though, it suggested I follow RuPaul. No. But I will follow, like, Elliot Page and Chappell Roan. That makes sense. Oh, that's glad I didn't have that up on screen because that's not EOS. Okay, sorry, I got distracted. I'll let you know how the Scout Free Palestine turned. Oh, yeah. Sweet, thank you. All right, back to Democracy Now. Keeping it in theme. It's kind of why I chose the Palestine song, because I was like, it seems like we're going to have to stay with this for a little bit. And this is such a tragic story. And I'm really grateful that Democracy Now! Is giving this the attention it deserves.
Can you talk about her activism? You talked about how she inspired you, and also about learning of her death on Friday. She had just gotten to the occupied West Bank, right? Did a training on Wednesday and was killed on Friday. And you're now a student in North Carolina.
Yeah. So I met Aisha Noor at the University of Washington. We both graduated in June. More than just the student encampment, she was a community organizer in Seattle. She was always volunteering to help, always volunteering in the community, in the campus, before the encampment and after. So many people met her during the encampment. She was just always around, always willing to help. She moved in a wonderful grassroots way that was just always willing to assist wherever it was needed. She never asked much of herself. She always asked what others wanted from her, what they needed from her, how she could help, what she could do. She was very passionate about the student movement at UW. She was very involved on campus. And the community is absolutely reeling, heartbroken, trying to come to terms with what happened. It was, as you said, so recent on Friday. So many, I think, community members learned through the media on Friday morning. An absolutely heartbreaking way to find out for those who loved her. And there are so many. Yeah.
This is the second loss in the UW community, because on October 7th, Chaim Katzman was killed when Hamas came over from Gaza. We spoke to his sibling, Noy, who also immediately called for peace and said that their brother, Chaim, was a peace activist as well.
I can only speak to who I knew, and that was Aisha Noor, who was upholding a long tradition of international observers in the West Bank, who was deliberately killed while she was peacefully observing. I want to uplift what the family has asked for, which is an independent U.S. investigation. I don't want to just rely on the Israeli military to investigate themselves. An American citizen, a member of our community, an American human rights activist who was passionate about the liberation of all peoples here in the States and abroad, was taken from us. We want an investigation. I want our government to investigate this and to hold the guilty parties accountable.
It might just be you.
Juliet, we're joined here in New York by another activist who joined those protests in Beta, just as Aisha Noor did last week. Amado Sison, not his real name, a pseudonym, is a Filipino-American Jersey City teacher who was shot in the leg by Israeli soldiers a month ago today, August 9th, during that protest in Beta, volunteering with the international nonviolent group FAZA, if you could explain what that is, Amado, and also working with the International Solidarity Movement. In a moment, we're going to talk with Rachel Corrie's parents, who was killed 20 years ago, also with the ISM, protesting the Israeli occupation. If you can talk about what happened a month ago, the fact that you too were shot, and what the U.S. government has done about this.
Yeah. So To clarify, so ISM and FAZA, we both work together in training. We're two separate organizations, and Aishanur was part of ISM, and I was part of FAZA. But we see each other during those protests.
You're walking with a cane now.
Yeah, I'm walking with a cane. They shot me in the leg.
Why were you protesting in Beta? Explain what it is.
So every week, our organizations come to Beta to protest the illegal settlement that was built upon Beta's land, the Avatar settlement, I believe. And there's a Juma prayer that happens. And after the prayer, that's when the chanting starts. We never got to the settlement for them to return to the land because tear gas happened. So they shoot tear gas at us. They shot live rounds at us. We've had to hide behind concrete walls. You could see the dust coming off of the concrete wall. When the live rounds hit, when they come down, we run. And then on that day, we regrouped. And then we were at the foot of the street that goes up to where the watchtower was, where the Israeli army was. We saw them coming down, and we saw Palestinians running from our left, so we ran through the olive groves. So when I was running, I got shot in the back of my leg, and I thought it was a tear gas canister because it felt like a blunt object hit me. But
we're actually showing for a TV audience your leg when you were shot.
Yeah, I only saw that twice. So when I got to the clearing, the Palestinians raised me up, put me in a pickup truck, got me to the clinic, transferred me to an ambulance, and getting to the hospital, we had 2 trucks blocking us, and then 2 checkpoints where they demanded to see who was inside. So it delayed my care further. But the Palestinians showed me so much care and love, and I'm indebted to them for saving me that day.
I wanted to go to Jonathan Pollock, the Israeli activist who held Aishanur as she died, has taken part in the weekly protests against the settlements in Beta for months. Jonathan couldn't join us today because he's taking part in this funeral procession for Aishanur in Nablus. We spoke to him yesterday, and this is some of what he had to say.
I would just like to say that her death is not an isolated incident. The bullet that was shot at Aishanur is the exact same bullet that was shot at Amadou Sisson a few weeks ago, hitting him in the leg. Another American citizen hurt in exactly the same place. It is the same bullet used by Israeli forces to kill the people in Nur al-Shams and in Jenin. And these are the same bullets that killed a 13-year-old girl on the same day that Aishanur was killed, just a few kilometers to the south. These are the same bullets that Israel uses to perpetrate the genocide in Gaza with complete impunity. And all these bullets are provided to Israel by the American taxpayers' money. And the one thing that set this incident apart is that on Friday, American bullets killed an American citizen. And this is why we hear of it now. But it is really time for this to stop. It is time that Israel is held accountable and is forced to end its colonial regime over Palestinians and ensure Palestinian liberation. Now, that kill shot, and this soldier took a kill shot, was meant to convey a message. And that message is that any sort of Palestinian resistance to Israeli colonialism will not be tolerated. Whether it be Palestinians resisting Israeli occupation or solidarity activists standing with Palestinians as they fight for liberation. And however violent the Israeli message is going to be, our message to the Israelis is that no matter what, we will continue to stand with Palestinians in the struggle for liberation.
So that's the Israeli activist, Jonathan Pollack, who held Ein Shor as she died, Ein Shinor as she died. She was there then. He went in the ambulance with her to the hospital in Nablus. He described to us also how this was after the weekly protests that they hold, this weekly protest every Friday. And they were done. It was very calm when Aishinur was shot in the head. Amado Sisson, just staying with you for a moment. You were shot a month ago. What did you're a U.S. citizen, you're a teacher in Jersey City. What did the U.S. government do? Did you speak to the U.S. Embassy?
Yeah, so it was just the U.S. Embassy. They reached out when I got shot.
In Israel?
Yeah. And we filed a report. Don't have any updates about what that turned into. I did give them a report as well, consent. But no State Department, no politicians, nobody has reached out to me. And what I think is if they took it seriously that a U.S. citizen was shot a month ago, maybe Aishinur would be here right now.
Did the ambassador or staff come to you in the hospital? Did the State Department here speak to you when you returned shot in the leg?
No, nothing. I heard nothing from them.
You've demanded an investigation?
I demand an investigation now for when I was shot, for Aishinur's murder, an independent U.S. investigation, because what the Israeli report was it was a mistake shooting me. Mistakes usually come from above and down. They shot me through my right thigh, all the way through.
Well, they said they shot in the air.
They said it was a mistake. So I don't know what a mistake would be when you're pointing and shooting straight through someone's thigh. So I don't know what they're going to conclude about Aishinur, but I know that if they investigate themselves, they will find a way to cover it up. So I want to uplift her family's demands as well.
I want to turn right now to a family that knows the pain of a daughter's death. Aishinur Aigi had been volunteering with the International Solidarity Movement, or ISM, to try to protect Palestinians from attacks by the Israeli military and settlers. That's the same group that Rachel Corrie, also a U.S. citizen, she was a student at Evergreen College in Washington, in Olympia. She was volunteering with ISM in 2003. When she was crushed to death, it was actually 3 days before the U.S. invaded Iraq. It was March 16, 2003. She was crushed to death in Gaza by an Israeli military bulldozer. She was trying to protect the home of a Palestinian pharmacist family in Rafah that was about to be demolished. She was 23. We're joined right now by Rachel's parents, Cindy and Craig Corrie. After Rachel was killed, they devoted their lives to our cause, founded the nonprofit Rachel Corrie Foundation for Peace and Justice. Cindy is the foundation's president, Craig the treasurer. They've also gone on interfaith peace missions to Israel, to Gaza, and the West Bank. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Cindy and Craig. I remember seeing you at Evergreen College. It was the largest graduation Evergreen ever had in Olympia that year, 2003, but it was missing one student who was supposed to have graduated, your daughter Cindy, who was killed in Rafah. When you heard this news of Aishinur on Friday, I was wondering your response, and if you can talk about what you see as the parallels.
Thank you, Amy. And thank you to all of your guests who have shared this very tragic story. We started to get word about what had happened to Ayşenur on Friday morning. And it was, of course, very disturbing and emotional for us. I think for me, it thrusts us back to that moment on March 16th, 2003, about noon, when we were in Charlotte, North Carolina, and got the word about Rachel. And I remember, just the horror and the pain of that news. And so for me on Friday morning, I remember wondering, would I ever feel whole again? Would I ever be the same person again? Could I ever enjoy life? I mean, it's a parent's nightmare. And so Friday morning, knowing that there was another family so nearby in Seattle who was getting that same kind of news was just very, very disturbing. And we continue to just feel deeply about what that family is experiencing right now.
Meg, if you can tell us, I mean, we actually just recently spoke to the two of you. You also called for an investigation. What ultimately came of the death of Rachel Corrie, killed by an Israeli military bulldozer, which was a Caterpillar bulldozer?
Well, of course, we did call for a U.S. investigation in Rachel's killing. Let me say that what we're hearing today, it's upsetting to our family to hear our State Department again, and I would expect them to say that they are trying to find out the facts and looking to Israel for that. Israel does not do investigations. They do cover-ups. So let's face it, nothing's going to come out of there that's going to help these citizens or whoever may be killed in the future. That's what we're trying to stop. Our family worked for an investigation into Rachel's killing, and we wanted some consequences out of that. And we hoped, even though we didn't know the names of the people that would be killed in the future, we hoped that that would stop, and it would not happen. I think at this point, yes, U.S. has to do an investigation, but there needs to be consequences. As Jonathan pointed out, these are American weapons that are being used. That's against U.S. law, and it should be stopped. I know from working with members of Congress and their staff, working with the State Department, that under the Leahy law, usually they're asking for proof that it was a U.S. weapon. If I write a check, I don't need proof about what's going wrong. I need people to cooperate and determine that it's not our money that's being used that way. Israel does not do that, to my knowledge. So we also need to look for international help here. I think that the UN, the International Criminal Courts, they're places that need to get involved. But we're just sick and tired of hearing platitudes from the State Department. And these are people we've met. We have met with Anthony Blinken before he became Secretary of State. He's a decent person, but there needs to be consequences, and there needs to be consequences that are enforced by the entire U.S. government and the international community.
We heard those words that we hear so often when something like this happens, that the U.S. asks for a thorough, credible, transparent investigation. We did pursue help from the State Department, from our government, and we kept pursuing that help for many years. And
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
We were still getting statements in 2000, I believe it was 2008, from the State Department. Michelle Bernier-Toth wrote to us about how many people in the administration at that time had spoken to their counterparts in Israel about a thorough, credible, and transparent investigation for Rachel's case. And
I know I could use a smoke break.
Secretary of State Colin Powell talking to his counterpart, a long list of names that you would recognize. And at the close, she said, those requests go unanswered or ignored. And when you think about what we're doing, what we're supplying to the Israeli military, to the Israeli government, the kind of backing that's being given to them, it was just really shocking that there would be this verbal request for accountability, or at least for investigation on the part of Israel. But the U.S. acknowledged that hadn't happened. And in fact, now Secretary of State Tony Blinken in 2010 confirmed for us that the position of the U.S. government in Rachel's case remains that there has not been a thorough, credible, and transparent investigation in her case. Also, the U.S., we fought for investigation for years, U.S. investigation. We were told there's very limited statute that allows for that to happen in the U.S. The Justice Department and FBI apparently ultimately looked for that possibility, but we were told that policy impacts whether they take that on, and that even if there were investigation, prosecution of someone would be extremely unlikely through the U.S. So it's one of the reasons that we are saying there needs to be an international element here, an international commitment to ensuring that an unbiased investigation happens, that an impartial investigation happens. We ultimately went to the Israeli courts, which we learned are also implicated in furthering Israeli policy and occupation. And we heard the lead investigator who completed the military investigation. And it's important for people to understand Israel's investigations are military investigations. It became clear that that was conducted, it's in order to exonerate the Israeli military, not to find truth and what really happened. And that's what our family was pursuing. But the lead investigator stated under oath in Haifa court that he believed that they were at war with everyone, including the peace activists from the International Solidarity Movement. I think that's really important information for people to understand now as we move forward in this tragic case.
I want to end with the words of Congressmember Pramila Jayapal of Washington, who's head of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, the largest caucus in Congress, on the killing of the Turkish-American activist Ayşenur Ezgi. She said, "I'm very troubled by the reports she was killed by Israeli Defense Forces soldiers. The Netanyahu government has done nothing to stop settlement expansion."
The life, yes, and more. Because there are half-hour time zones. There are more 420s in the world than there are hours in the day. Yeah. And yes, Israel is gonna investigate themselves yet again and find that they did nothing fucking wrong. We've seen this playbook. And as I said, I don't think this is going to move the needle, unfortunately.
Expansion and settler violence in the West Bank, often encouraged by right-wing ministers of the Netanyahu government. The killing of an American citizen is a terrible proof point in this senseless war of rising tensions in the region, she said. I want to thank you all for being with us. Rachel's parents, Cindy and Craig Corey, speaking to us more than 2 decades after Rachel was killed by an Israeli military bulldozer in Gaza near Rafah. I want to thank Amado Sisson, Filipino-American, shot in the leg by Israeli forces a month ago today in Beta, where Ayşenur was also killed. Juliet Majid, PhD student, North Carolina State University, speaking to us from Raleigh. Dear friend of Ayşenur Aygi at the University of Washington, where they both graduated. Coming up, we look at the raids in Jenin. We'll speak with the Palestinian journalist Mariam Barghouti. Stay with us.
I mean, think we will stay with you, Democracy Now! I think we'll just ride this wave, and then we'll get back to the YouTubes.
Flowers by Samira Karoubi. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. We return now to the occupied West Bank, where Israeli soldiers stormed the city of Tulkarem just after midnight today, in new raids that come just days after Israeli forces withdrew from Tulkarem and Jenin. Israeli troops also raided the Balata refugee camp in the northern West Bank earlier today, and in Abolishing near Ramallah. All Al Jazeera reports Israeli forces were seen raiding homes. On Friday, Israeli forces temporarily retreated from Jenin, Tulkarem, and other areas in the occupied West Bank after laying siege to the cities for 10 days, killing dozens of Palestinians, including children and elders, and leaving a trail of destruction. Simultaneous raids also took place across Nablus, Bethlehem, Hebron, and Ramallah, in the largest Israeli military occupation in the occupied West Bank in 2 decades, with hundreds of troops backed by armored vehicles, bulldozers, fighter jets, and drones. During the raids, Israeli soldiers fired live rounds at Palestinian journalists, documenting the attacks, injuring at least 4 of them in the town of Kafr Dam. Footage also surfaced of Israeli forces in an armored tank rolling over the dead body of an 82-year-old Palestinian man in Jenin.
My God.
Who was killed Friday by Israeli soldiers and denied medical attention. Meanwhile, Israeli settlers continued their attacks in the West Bank. In Kiryat, near Nablus, a 13-year-old Palestinian girl was killed by Israeli gunfire as settlers attacked the village. Bana Laboum was hit by a bullet Friday while she was in her bedroom. Her mother described the Israeli attack ahead of her daughter's burial.
She was in her room along with her sisters. She was afraid, in fear, and suddenly a bullet got in through the window and hit her while she was on her bed. This is what happened. There were scuffles outside with the youth, but we were surprised that a bullet came through the window and onto her.
Over 650 Palestinians have been killed in the occupied West Bank since October, nearly 150 of them children, most of them during near-daily raids by the Israeli military. That's added on to the more than 40,000 Palestinians who've been killed in Gaza, and that figure is expected to be much higher, 16,000 of them children. We go now to Ramallah, where we're joined by Mariam Barghouti, Palestinian writer and journalist. Her recent piece for 972 magazine is titled "Inside the Brutal Siege of Jenin." Mariam, welcome back to Democracy Now! Explain what has happened there in Jenin.
Thank you for having me, Amy. So what we have seen in Jenin specifically, but generally in the northern areas of the West Bank, is an escalated attack and an offensive under the title of Operation Summer Camps by the Israeli military. And what we have seen is the Israeli military basically greenlighting the use of lethal force excessively and sporadically, which is why we're hearing news of young children being shot by bullets, as well as journalists being sniped by Israeli snipers. And what the Israeli military did was essentially bring in D9 Caterpillar bulldozers within the city of Jenin, likewise in Tulkarem within the city, and then moving deeper towards the camp, in where they bulldozed nearly the overwhelming majority of the civilian infrastructure. That includes water pipe, that includes electric wiring, that includes the sewage system. And the Israeli military basically besieged the entire city. Entry and exit was dangerous and risky because you can get shot, even as press, medical personnel.
The passive voice is so like pervasive, even well-meaning journalists pick it up. And the idea that like Eisenor's murder needs to be, like obviously it needs to be investigated, but like it's not about holding the individual soldiers accountable. It's about you have to hold the state accountable because they are being killed by the state. It is state-sanctioned violence.
As well as ambulances were obstructed from moving patients, not simply banning injured persons from the camp throughout the 9-day siege, but patients from Jenin City were unable to reach the only governmental hospital in Jenin that is adjacent to the camp and was basically placed under siege by the Israeli military. So what we saw was an intensification and a brutal offensive. Again, this is an offensive by the Israeli military under and I quote, it's a preemptive strike against Palestinian terrorists. But what I have seen on the ground is it was targeting essentially civilians mostly, and there was a very clear attempt to conceal what is happening from media, and that means from global audiences.
Again, you said they call this Operation Summer Camps?
Yes, so the Israeli military has called this Operation Summer Camps. It was officially declared between August 27th or 28th of last month. And the Israeli military claims that they are basically targeting refugee camps. That's why summer camps. But again, what we have seen is they're targeting civilians. And they said the refugee camps because that's primarily where Palestinian combatants are operating from. Again, this is the Israeli military going into these areas and attacking these areas under the statement of this is a preemptive strike against terrorism. But what we have seen is a focus on the civilian infrastructure and near destruction of the refugee camps, which are Area A and under the Oslo Accords outside the jurisdiction of the Israeli military or government.
So can you describe what Jenin was like and the level of destruction left behind? Palestinians in the camp describe being forced out of their homes by gunpoint.
Yes, so Jenin has been under constant attack by the Israeli military for the past 2 years specifically, but generally across time in Palestine. But we have seen an intensification. So every other month, the Israeli military would actually invade Jenin refugee camp and carry out lethal attacks against its community. But this time, what we have seen is the brutality is truly unprecedented. The Israeli military, not just in the camp, but even on the outskirts, went into civilian buildings and at gunpoint forced families out of their homes to places unknown, to a fate unknown. They didn't know where they will sleep, how long they will be away from their houses. And when they returned on Friday to their homes after the Israeli withdrawal, what I saw was complete destruction of their homes and their apartments. The furniture was ruined, mattresses, they had dung on them. There were attack dogs that were put in these homes. The refrigerators would be destroyed. There would be Hebrew graffiti on the walls. And inside the camp, it's truly very difficult to capture in words. I just saw families cleaning up the rubble, cleaning up the trash left behind by the Israeli military. The walls are full of bullets. It's just rubble all over the ground. It's so difficult to walk. Cars can't move within the camp. And the families, when I would ask them, are you going to rebuild? What are you going to do now? They would respond with, why would we rebuild now if the Israeli army is only going to come for another invasion, as we have seen happen in Tulkarem last night. Again, after a withdrawal from Tulkarem refugee camp, the Israeli military just kept going back. So people are frightened. They feel abandoned. They have zero protection. And again, in an impoverished area to rebuild, which is going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars to rebuild the infrastructure, it's truly a cost and a toll. And clearly it is put to cripple Palestinian civil society.
Mariam, can you explain who is the Jenin Brigade? What's their role in Jenin versus the security forces affiliated with the Palestinian Authority?
Right. So in Jenin refugee camp, to what the Israeli military dubs as the wasp's nest, we have seen a rise of Palestinian armed youth groups starting within 2021 until today. And these are small battalions. These are youth that grew up in the camp. Many of them have been imprisoned by Israel under administrative detention, meaning no trial, no charge, only torture. And they decided to take up arms, essentially, because they found that across the last decade, any efforts of Palestinians, whether it is in negotiations or whether it is in unarmed and non-violent confrontation, has only allowed Israel to continue its expansion of settlements on Palestinian lands and continue its escalation of violence on Palestinians. So they see themselves as the force that is trying to push back. Even though they're limited in resources, they're protecting their homes. And please remember that these are the refugees that essentially Israel and its militia, its Zionist militias, had kicked out of their original homes in 1948 that are located within heartland Palestine, or what is now Israel. The difference between them and the Palestinian Authority is that the Palestinian Authority, which has been given the role of an administrative role under the Oslo Accord,
15 seconds.
Has actually done nothing. Has done nothing to protect Palestinians, and actually during the siege remained within the headquarters, letting Palestinian families just being bombed constantly throughout the siege.
Mariam Barghouti, Palestinian writer and journalist, will link to your piece for 972 magazine, Inside the Brutal Siege of Jenin. Part 2 online at democracynow.org, when we ask her what it's like to be a journalist reporting on Jenin.
هذه طفلة بنتي عمرها سنة ونص. هذه نزحت وهي عمرها 6 شهور.
I gotta read this, apparently. This is my granddaughter. She is 1.5 years old. She was displaced when she was 6 months old. It's a shame this is happening to her. Look at her back. Look. She's suffering from chickenpox and rashes. Look. It's shameful. This happens to a child. She is sleeping in a tent. She's suffering from the heat, the contaminated water.
Soaring temperatures, a decimated water and sewage system, extremely limited access to water, and ongoing cycles of displacement have all combined to create a public health catastrophe in Gaza. Najwa Saleh and her family were displaced multiple times before setting up most recently in Deir el-Belah. Here, as well as bombs, they face a more subtle, creeping danger.
Displacement has been honestly very difficult, very difficult. We're tired. Our psychological state is destroyed. I have 8 people in a small tent. The sun has destroyed us. The heat is killing us. I mean, we're being moved around from place to place and we're tired. It's really hard. Water is a problem. We buy a gallon of water for 4 shekels. We get water here at the college and it's salty. It's seawater and the sea water burns the body. I have children and grandchildren and their skin is completely covered in spots. We took them to the doctor and they don't get better. I swear to God, my granddaughter, we put something on her body, but it's not going away. Her body is scary. If you saw her body, it's scary. I mean, we're really, really tired. We beg God to finish with this story. We're very tired. Our lives have become hell. All the other countries are watching while we are being tortured.
It's in Deir al-Balah, where Najwa is currently living, where samples taken from the sewage water in July revealed the presence of the polio virus, a highly infectious disease brought on by poor sanitation. Polio can cause myriad health problems for infected people and can lead to paralysis and, in some cases, even death. Rawia Sultan Ayyad is another refugee recently displaced to Deir al-Balah.
The itching, we all got scabies here. Adults and children, we all have scabies. When we came to Deir al-Balah, and when we were in Khan Yunis, then Rafah, and then we came here, and here it was the worst. All of my children have skin infections. All of them, from my 5-year-old up, they're all children.
وعندي كمان مرضى كلى في الخيمة نفسها. هذا برضو بأثر عليه بالنسبة للتلوث.
Sorry, I was reading chat.
برضو. إحنا بالنسبة
Sorry.
معهم الالتهاب الجلدي. اللي صغار عندي أصغر من سن 5 سنين وفوق يعني كلهم أطفال.
We also have someone with kidney problems with us here.
في الخيمة نفسها. هذا برضو بأثر عليه.
And the contaminated water affects him. With regards to contaminated water, it's something difficult for us. We have all contracted dermatitis. There's also hepatitis here from lack of sanitation and lack of cleaning products available. We're going through a very hard situation, harder than hard. There's no work. My husband is imprisoned. My children don't work. It's an extremely difficult time. Treatment is difficult. Just the antihistamines. But actually, even that is not available. For around 3 months now, there's nothing available in any clinic or pharmacy or government dispensary.
Noor al-Huda Abu Mailik is an environmental specialist working for local authorities in Gaza. She describes the current situation.
Here, displaced people are relying on salty seawater and on drinking water that is literally mixed with sewage water. As you can see here, there are lakes of sewage that the authorities can't clean due to the lack of fuel and lack of electricity. And due to the security situation, which makes it hard to be taken care of. Where we are currently, the area of Al-Basa, which is low-lying and therefore encourages sewage to collect here. This area is not connected to the sewage system in Gaza. Even before the war, we relied on septic pits. Since the war, everyone here, without exception, relies on septic pits inside the tents. There are cesspits that are present within the camps where people sleep, eat, and drink due to the lack of sewage system and lack of homes and people lost in the light of this war.
For Najwa and her family, the situation in Deir al-Balah has become unbearable.
We ran away because of our children. Now we are living with contaminated water and the hardship of living in tents. Our lives have become unbearable. My grandson, look at his back. Look. Here, look, there's no soaps, no cleaning products at all. We're washing with dish soap. We're cleaning with dish soap. We're wiping with dish soap, washing our hands. All these good microbes and bacteria are not good. It's just salt and it doesn't clean. Don't tell me it's good and it works. Their bodies are covered in spots. As adults, we also contracted it from the contaminated water and the sewage. We adults contracted it. I don't know, Soul Life. Mine has the create button next to the notification thing.
Rainbow flag genocide versus MAGA hat genocide. Notes from the edge of the narrative matrix. Kamala Harris has enthusiastically accepted the endorsement of Dick Cheney. The degree of comfort U.S. liberals have with men like Cheney is more evidence that they don't view people in the global South as fully human. If they did, his endorsement would be rejected with the same revulsion they'd show endorsements from NAMBLA or neo-Nazis. The emotional comfort they receive from all this warm, cozy talk about unity between Democrats and Bush-era war criminals matters more to them than the lives of millions of Iraqis. Any political ideology that's worth a damn necessarily includes a deep and visceral hatred of Dick Cheney and an abhorrence toward any ideology which sympathizes with him. American democracy means getting to choose between genocide wearing a MAGA hat and genocide waving a rainbow flag. Mark my words, the same people telling you Harris is the better vote to save Gaza will make all kinds of excuses for her when she becomes president and you point out that she isn't saving Gaza. Happened with Trump, happened with Obama. Same shtick over and over again. New rule. I'm just going to ignore anyone who tries to tell me Trump will do things if reelected that he didn't do the first time he was president. If you say he's going to end the wars and fight the deep state, I'm ignoring that. If you say he's going to turn America into a Nazi dictatorship where LGBT people are kept in concentration camps, I'm ignoring that. If he was going to do those things, he would have done them. Trump said a lot of offensive things and received a lot of incendiary coverage, but in terms of actual policy and governance, he was a standard shitty Republican. His actual administration was very similar to that of his predecessors, and was evil not in some new way, but in all the same ways those prior administrations were evil. If you need to concoct some weird fantasy that goes against all the evidence of his previous term in office to defend your position is too weak to deserve attention. I talk about the U.S. election not because I think it matters, but to stress the fact that it doesn't. This fake charade that consumes all political oxygen every 4 years will result in no meaningful changes to the behavior of the globe-spanning empire centralized around Washington. So long as Americans are looking to their electoral system to address the murderousness, tyranny, and injustice of their government, the murderousness, tyranny, and injustice will continue. The first step to escaping from a burning building is to stop pushing on the fake fire exit that's been painted on the wall. These fake elections are there to keep you trapped in the burning building. The real exit lies elsewhere. A tweet from the account Holding Dems Accountable from the Left says, "It's very simple. Republicans keep endorsing Kamala Harris because she is campaigning on Republican policies." Comment from Caitlin. The existence of Donald Trump allows both Republicans and Democrats to drag the political spectrum far to the right of where it used to be. Now, instead of health care pleas, Americans are arguing over which genocidal tyrant might murder fewer people. Next month will mark the 1-year anniversary of October 7th, that terrible day when more than 1,000 people were brutally massacred in southern Israel by Israeli helicopters and Israeli tanks, and also by Hamas a bit. A new poll says 70% of Jewish Israelis think it should be forbidden to express any sympathy for civilians in Gaza on social media platforms. Israel will murder, oppress, and steal from an ethnic group they've designated as less than human for 75 years. Cry victim when that group retaliates. Commit genocide in response to the retaliation. And then say you should be forcefully banned from criticizing them for this. Can't wait till things calm down in the Middle East so I can stop getting accused of being an anti-Semite and go back to the old wholesome accusations of being a Russian agent. The West truly doesn't see Palestinians as human. You never see the dehumanization of Palestinians in Western society exhibited so clearly as when something bad happens to Israelis during the genocidal assault on Gaza. Today, Western officials are publicly weeping about 6 dead Israeli hostages, including one Israeli American, who the IDF says were recently killed by Hamas. Whoever's been writing Joe Biden's press releases for him published a statement about how devastated and outraged the president is about the death of the American hostage, Hersh Goldberg Polin. The statement says the president knows Goldberg Polin's parents, saying, "I admire them and grieve with them more deeply than words can express, and that Hamas leaders will pay for these crimes. I have worked tirelessly to bring their beloved Hersh safely to them, and am heartbroken by the news of his death," the statement reads, which for the record is a lie. The Biden administration has been collaborating with Benjamin Netanyahu to sabotage a hostage deal at every turn. Similar sentiments are being expressed in statements by Western officials like Vice President Kamala Harris, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, and Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau. All of these statements frame the deaths of these 6 Israeli hostages as an earth-shakingly horrific tragedy, and all frame Hamas as a band of evil villains who must be brought to justice for their crimes. No similar statements have ever been made by any of these officials about the far, far greater number of innocent Palestinians who have been killed in Gaza by the State of Israel with their assistance. No similar expressions of condolence have ever been uttered by these leaders for the millions of Palestinians who've had their lives completely ruined by Israel's atrocities in Gaza and the West Bank over the last 11 months. Or for the untold thousands of parents who've had to bury children who were exterminated in Israel's genocidal onslaught. Western government officials are making it clear that they do not see Palestinians as human in the same way they see Israelis as human, as are the mass media propaganda institutions who've been covering the deaths of these hostages with an intensity never seen
Heel to the Face raided your channel with
Don't
1 viewer.
Eat the void egg! Oh my god. Oh no. He ate the void egg.
Don't eat the void egg. Hey, Heel to the Face, how you doing? And everyone, please give Heel to the Face a follow, and more importantly, donate to their Ko-Fi. Please, 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 and thank you. They are in a very tough situation. Heel to the Face, honey, if you want to talk about what's going on in chat, you're free to. How are you doing? We have a command for that on Twitch. I believe it's H2TF. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome in. Hi.
regarding the IDF's daily massacres of civilians in Gaza. Israeli strikes killed 47 Palestinians in Gaza in one 24-hour period between Saturday and Sunday, receiving not the tiniest fraction of the attention as those 6 Israeli hostages. The message is clear. Israelis dying is a terrible tragedy, while Palestinians dying is just the normal way for things to be. An Israeli dying should matter as much to you as your own family or friends dying, while a Palestinian dying should be regarded as a routine and natural event, like a drop of rain falling from the sky. And that's an important message for Westerners to be indoctrinated with. Can you imagine if we all started caring about Western bombs being dropped in the Middle East as much as we would care if they were being dropped on our own country or on a country we've been conditioned to sympathize with? All their
Welcome in. I'm doing
manufactured
okay.
consent would crumble, and people would cease allowing the Western Empire to do what it needs to do to dominate the planet. These people are actively working to subvert our basic sense of human empathy, to twist our psyches into being unable to recognize the same level of humanity among empire-targeted populations as empire-supported ones, to see authorized populations as worthy of care and sympathy, and to see unauthorized populations as vermin in need of extermination. Yes, our rulers really are that evil, and so are the propagandists who run the mass media. So, today, I would like to extend my deepest condolences to the millions of Palestinians who've lost loved ones and had their lives thrown to the winds of chaos by Israel's Western-backed campaign of extermination, ethnic cleansing, and terrorism. And I would like to remind my readers that Israel has exponentially more hostages than Hamas has, and murders them routinely, and rapes and tortures them constantly. And it is right that we should care deeply about that, even if the people who rule over us do not.
Yeah, I did. I haven't actually seen it, but I've been keeping an eye out on what's going on with you, Loons, and yeah.
You can see there a fairly healthy burst
Here.
of storms, hurricane hunters in there. They have found that we do have a closed circulation. Now, it's not moving very fast, and we don't think this is going to move very quickly for the next day, for today and really tomorrow. Now, we do still think this is going to become a hurricane. The National Hurricane Center's new track as of 10 a.m. Here we go. This is a brand new track that's just dropping in from them. You can see they're becoming a hurricane by tomorrow, and then this is where we could see it strengthen even more as it nears the Louisiana coast. We haven't seen any major shifts in the track with this 10 a.m. update. If anything, it's slightly further east. That's a trend that we noted with the 4 a.m. track as well. And you can see they're coming in right at Vermilion Bay and Marsh Island Wednesday evening as a Category 1 storm. Now, they have bumped up the intensity, and they're saying, and we're noting, that this could be stronger at landfall if the storm is able to grow stronger in here. So that's the main thing we're going to be watching out for as this makes landfall. Notice that includes the cone, includes New Orleans, the Bayou parishes, Baton Rouge, still all the way back to Lake Charles. So we haven't seen any significant shifts in the track, but we are certainly still on the east side of a landfalling hurricane. Once again, making landfall around Category 1 or so, but there are
Hopefully it won't be too bad for you, Loons.
strong this storm could go.
We'll be thinking of you.
Especially in our Bayou parishes, the closer you get to Lafayette, Morgan City, these places need to be preparing for at least a Category 2 hurricane at this point. Once again, making landfall Wednesday evening. So conditions will go downhill as we head into Wednesday afternoon and into Wednesday night, especially. Luckily,
Okay. We will check back on the hurricane update, but yes, we should be seeing landfall, 2 days from now? Yeah. It just happened to pop up in the top news anyway, so I was like, perfect. Perfect.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. We have an amazing show for everybody today. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed we do. Tomorrow is the big debate. Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, much anticipated. I'm excited about it. We're going to be here. I'll give you the whole schedule, rundown, whatever. But in the show today, we are going to be previewing that debate, their strategy, what we know about their prep, go through some of the best and worst moments from their debates and interviews of the past so we can do our best to predict how this might all go down. We've also got a new
debate prediction. I feel like we might check back with Breaking Points when they have their Israel content out. Nothing against Breaking Points, like them, are okay, but I cover shit that interests me, and the debate might be interesting, kinda.
This has been the reality along the Lebanon-Israel border for the past 11 months.
At least, so this is now saying 18 people have been killed in Syria.
There's been an increase in violence between Hezbollah and Israel. The armed group has intensified its number of rocket and drone attacks, at times reaching deeper inside Israel and in areas that civilians have still not evacuated. Drones carry small quantities of explosives, but the attack is seen as a message at a time when Israel has intensified its strikes in southern Lebanon. Israel says it intends to maintain its attacks on Hezbollah's military assets until it can return tens of thousands of residents to northern Israel.
We are looking at the entire war fronts, and this means while you are fighting in Gaza, we are preparing for anything that can happen in the north, and moving the center of gravity can be quick.
Israel has also been operating in Syria. Strikes
Oh. Well. Gotta love repression. Okay. Yep. Take a break then. Okay.
Hello and welcome to Useful Idiots Monday morning, where we react to the Sunday morning news shows that we watch so that you don't have to, which is such a thankless job.
Every country around the world that disobeys U.S. orders, that doesn't want to be basically like a proxy.
The unfortunate thing about that
Liz!
claim is that it just doesn't
Good
really have legs. I mean, I
morning.
think you can say a lot of things.
Okay. All right. I didn't put it in the title, and it's really trashy, but we're gonna trash TYT again. Let's get into it. We've got two pieces. One from Jonah, one from Left of the Box. Pumpkin condoms. Oh my god, they are pumpkin condoms. Hey, pumpkin flavored condoms. That'll get people to use safe sex, right? People love pumpkin.
Dad? I'm not your dad.
Pride 158 comrades in chat do the thing. Landom Lazy Lizards Lounge cheered 100 bits.
Thank you, Liz. Oh, I appreciate it.
Report with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland. Alright, so today's video is going to be just a little bit different. We have a lot of ground we are going to try to cover in this one video, but the main focal point I want this video to be about mainly is what proper, honest, and responsible news coverage should look like from a progressive / leftist news outlet or team or voice or whatever you want to say. And we're going to look at a whole bunch of stuff here, but the two main clips we are going to focus on are clips from the Young Turks, TYT, and the Majority Report with Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland. So where does this all start? For those of you that might not be aware of this story, Fox News, the very end of August, ran a story on their network. Some amazing work. I'm actually not following them. I am. Oh, gangs aren't the problem. Really?
Venezuelan nationals
Okay.
for the armed robbery
Get
of
into
a
it.
Denver jewelry store. Homeland Security investigation says at least one
So-
is affiliated with
We know the basis of the story, right? That there's this propaganda about Venezuelan gangs taking over an apartment building. The residents have come out and said this is bullshit. It's our shitty ass slumlords and the property managers who have abandoned us. And this like video that went viral or like that was caught on Fox News was like one isolated robbery, an isolated armed robbery. Like that happens, unfortunately. The residents have come out and said that gang violence primarily is not the problem. Hi, Mad Cat, welcome in. Oh, I was like, what?
Of this story. So TYT, they actually did a 25-minute segment on this on their main show, and they posted the clip, Venezuelan gang takes over an apartment complex, or did they? And we're not going to watch this whole thing. We are going to take a look at some clips at it. If my computer wasn't a piece of shit, we might be able to have watched the entire thing, but we're going to get the gist of TYT's they're literally just doing Fox News propaganda at this point.
Yep.
They are literally doing Fox News.
It's worse. It's worse than Fox.
And here are some of those clips.
Some video footage that shows armed men confronting a driver in the parking lot of the apartment complex. Let's put that up. So if you look closely at the kind of upper right-hand side, you see a car parked and you see individuals approaching that vehicle armed with guns. Luckily, in this case, the footage doesn't show anyone getting hurt or getting shot. But apparently, this particular apartment complex, according to some of the residents and former residents, has been riddled with all sorts of gang violence over the last year. But this incident has sparked a big debate.
Soul Life, that's
I
literally
believe
her
some
fucking
gaslighting
take.
about whether or not.
That's literally her take. That there are immigrants coming over on short-term visas to commit crime. That is Anna's fucking belief about immigration. It is wild.
There
Yo, do you have
is a problem
pixels?
with Venezuelan migrant gangs basically taking over
Can we
apartment
get-
buildings
can we get a
or
pixel or
causing
two?
violent crimes at these apartment buildings. And the local government
Okay, I used to have a
can't seem
shitty
keep
setup too.
its facts straight
My
or
stream
its
was
stories
scuffed.
straight.
Yeah, the local government, again, just for context here, the local government it's all Republican. They're all Republican, so just keep that in mind. Let's continue.
After that, it appeared that the state and local leaders kind of went into panic mode because they started to claim that there's no problem at all. What do you mean? This is a figment of your imagination. In fact, the governor, Jared Polis, claims that the allegations are a figment of your imagination. And Aurora's interim police chief said that the gangs had not taken over one of the complexes.
Yeah,
Now,
because that's fucking ridiculous.
depending on what you're hearing different things.
So-
and whether or not this is a wide.
We reacted to most of this TYT segment the other day. What was it, like Friday or something? I don't remember. Whatever, the next morning when it came out, we reacted to most of it. And like, honestly, the way they describe these Venezuelan gangs is like super communist. And I'm like, I'm actually kind of pro-gang. Like, if you need to organize your community, you should do that. Community organizing is fine. They just call them gangs because they're brown and scary. Like, you know, ooh, must be a gang. And I'm like, what's wrong with community organization? I don't think this is Anna's setup. I think this is Jonah having a dog shit computer. But that's okay, because we love our dog shit content here, right?
Widespread problem in Aurora, Colorado remains to be seen.
Yeah, dude. Yep. She got it. Yeah. I don't know if any of my audience or anyone watching this video lives in Aurora or around Aurora, Colorado, but it just, you know, is it a war zone like Anna Kasparian is saying it is? Is it just fucking gangs having shootouts and shit? You know, breaking into your home, stealing, you know, whatever the fuck gangs do. I don't even know. Aurora, Colorado is a fucking war zone, guys. I mean, it's horrible over there. It's really bad, you know? How bad is it going to get? How bad is it going to get?
Let's be clear about that. But the issue of this Venezuelan gang carrying out violent acts and crimes in the area, there seems to be a lot of evidence of that.
No.
While the Democratic lawmakers and leaders in the state and local level want to pretend like it's not happening at all.
Yes. I cannot take them literally just doing fucking Fox News fear-mongering about crime. I can't, man. It makes my blood fucking boil so goddamn much.
Now, on the other hand, the left wing, why do you guys want to deny that any crime exists in the world?
Yeah, guys. Yeah. You stupid fucking leftists. Why do you guys deny any crime that happens? Why? Why do you guys do it? I would call myself a leftist, you know. I'm a progressive, you know. All I do is, you know what? Crime's not real. It's not real. Doesn't exist. I'm saying it. Fuck it. I'm saying it, dude. It's not real. Not real.
Like, how do you think that gives you credibility? And like, how does it help anyone?
Muted, thank you. To be fair, crime is actually made up. Like, we invented crime. We decided what was a crime and what wasn't. Crime is not this thing that just exists in perpetuity. Soul Life is not praising TYT. Anything he says that's pro TYT is deeply sarcastic. Oh, you have a kitty pic to share, Liz? Is that what's going on?
I mean, you claim to care about migrants, then why don't you care about the migrants that are in those buildings? In fact, I think the cops aren't going in, the mayor didn't do anything, because they thought, what difference does it make? It's migrants. Well, it's their people, let them deal with it. No, we don't do that in America. We're all one.
What do we do in America then, Cenk? What do we do in America? You could put the Fox News banner at the bottom, and I would just, oh yeah, okay, Cenk join Fox News. Like, I mean, come on, dude.
Here, we're citizens, we're U.S. citizens, okay? You go protect those people. And left-wingers,
There's nothing to protect them from. You want to know what we need to be protecting them from? You want to know what the goddamn government in Aurora fucking Colorado should be worried about? They should be worried about the goddamn tenants of the apartment complex that hasn't been taken over by violent Venezuelan gangs. They should be worried about the motherfucking tenants that are paying money, their hard-earned goddamn money, to live in a motherfucking building that is not safe. That isn't safe. It's not clean. They don't have the things they need to be able to survive safely. And this is what TYT's worried about. No, don't call out the fucking slumlord. Don't call out the piece of shit management company that literally had an entire complex close. An entire
Oh yeah,
complex
USA
closed because
Hole
of
rated in
violation.
Squish. So that's probably where you came from.
Go with the Fox News made-up talking point. I'm sure it gets them more views. I'm sure it gets them more views. And anyone that wants to sit there, this is just totally me ranting right now in this moment, but I need to say this. To anyone that wants to come to my video, this one, or any of my other videos, and say that I make content like this for clout, shut the fuck up. That is the stupidest thing you could possibly ever say. If I wanted to make political content just for clout, I wouldn't fucking be making, I would be doing conservative propaganda. Okay?
Exactly.
I would be drifting on the right, because that's where the money is, and that's where the views are, right? Okay.
Like, we all know this.
It pisses me off when I have people come to these videos and say, "Oh, you know, you're doing this for clout.
You just chase TYT."
No. It's absolutely ridiculous, but
they're
again,
insidious.
I'm sure this is working out great for TYT here.
I don't get it. If you're pushing back against the demagoguing of immigrants, I just did that. That's how you do that, okay?
No,
but if you say, in order to push back against that,
that is such a liberal take.
No immigrant has ever committed a crime.
Who says shit like that? Who says shit like that other than conservative, crazy motherfuckers? No progressives don't say shit like that. Go look at the leftist voices. Go look at the Surfs TV. Go look at the Rational National David Dole. Go look at Olayemi. Go look at Rebecca Azer, Benjamin Dixon. Go look at the motherfucking Majority Report. Go look at these people that have Twitter accounts. Ryan Grimm, all these fucking people. They don't say shit like that. And their followers, the people that follow them, the activists that don't have as big of a platform but still do amazing work either on social media, in real life, whatever. They don't say shit like that. Show me where the fuck that's happening. They never can, and they never will.
No,
it's not fucking
Mad
real,
Cat,
dude.
no.
And that those gangs aren't here, and they haven't taken over anything.
They're
They haven't.
progressives.
They fucking haven't. The goddamn people that live in the... Why? Can you please explain to me? Anyone that is disagreeing with me right now, or if you're seeing...
So, Liz, I can't get into that on stream. There's something there, but I can't talk about it.
This video on the off chance, please, for the goddamn life of me, explain why the fucking tenants of the goddamn building, if it did get taken over, would not be crying out for help, and instead they hold a rally to try to bring attention to the fact that their piece of shit landlord will not fucking do their fucking job right. It doesn't even make sense.
You sound ridiculous.
You do.
If I had a mirror, I would hold it up, but I don't have one with me right here.
You sound
I don't even
ridiculous.
know. We have more of this. Okay, we've got two more here. I don't. We're gonna do them. And then we're gonna get to the majority report. A breath of fresh air. I can finally, I can sit back and relax after that.
The majority of the left wing is perfectly reasonable on this.
Are they? You and I might have a disagreement here, Cenk.
Yeah, we have a massive disagreement. You give those tiny little...
She's just a pompous asshole now. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to do personal attacks or anything, but she is such a fucking ass, man. It's just ridiculous at this point. She thinks she's better than every single other person on the left, and I'm just tired of it. It just leaves a bad taste in my mouth, and you guys are hurting the left more than you're helping now. You literally.
They know that, though. That's their point. They don't care.
Is part of the reason I am the person I am today. I can credit them for that. But I can't say that, I can't say that they're the same as they were. They're not. This is horrible, man. This is just so garbage.
Leftist streamers way too much.
They're not tiny little leftist streamers. Cenk Hassan called the city council member racist for helping this woman move out of that. But that's not a small streamer.
Shots fired.
Okay, so she's just jealous of Hassan. Still jealous of Hassan.
She's so jealous of Hassan.
Over a year. She still hasn't got over that shit. She has to move on, man. If her jealousy for another leftist streamer like Hassan is seriously clouding her judgment this bad, making her judgment this askew, she needs to step down from her position at TYT. Honestly, that's how I feel about it. Because if you're going to get on your main show, your main progressive talk show, and then do shitty Fox News propaganda, especially based on the fact that you're jealous of another streamer because he's more popular than you, then
It's gross.
I don't know, dude. I don't know. I don't know why anyone would take this seriously, because I'm not anymore.
Small person.
Okay, I mean,
do you get what I'm saying?
I mean, what are we going to get into this now? We're going to be like Trump with crowd
Okay, but hold on. The life is in YouTube chat.
Democrats come out and push back against that narrative, Cenk. Just the mainstream Democratic Party, do they come forward and push back against that narrative? Because you have the Democratic governor denying all of this. So I don't know who on the left wants to do something about it.
Landon, you're confused.
Anna, the majority of the left wing is perfectly reasonable on this.
Okay, that was the entire clip and started replaying there. There's one more here. this last one is just. I mean, I'll just read you guys what it says. There's no point in watching it. Cenk says about the Young Turks, we definitely represent the left because they get more views than Hassan Piker and other streamers and outlets, which is the same argument Cenk makes when he says that, you know, I think it was trans athletes in sports. I'm not 100%, but Cenk basically said that progressives and people on the left shouldn't be championing or fighting for something or being activists for something if it's not popular amongst mainstream voters, which is just. Both of those takes are just absolutely horrible and not really leftist. And then we have two tweets here. Local news in Colorado has absolutely confirmed Venezuelan gangs took over apartment buildings in Aurora, including a report by a legal team hired by the property owners. They're literally defending the landlords. I don't know what to tell you guys. The people that are watching this video that still support TYT and still want to sit there and tell me that I'm wrong or they're right about this, they are defending a piece of shit landlord. So why are the local authorities ceding U.S. territory to foreign gangs? Why haven't the cops gone in already? This has 62,000 likes.
AC, what's your point? I can't cover shit that people react to.
And then this one was actually posted a few days before that other one. One of the people super frustrated about this. Apparently this takeover of buildings has been happening for weeks. So why haven't the cops reclaimed the buildings? You want to collect some evidence? Sure. You want federal backup? Sure. But it's been weeks. Let's go. And finally, that brings us to the Majority Report's coverage of this topic. And I'm so glad that we got to this part of the video. I survived. You survived too, I hope. I hope you're still with me. This right here is the golden standard, I believe, the golden standard for what coverage of stories like this should be from a progressive / left-leaning news outlet. And for those of you that might have missed this clip or this part of their live show, Venezuelan gang frenzy exposed as right-wing anti-immigrant BS is the title of the clip up on the Majority Report channel. Here it is.
Let's talk about this Venezuelan thing. Yesterday or Wednesday on the program, we got a phone call from someone from Aurora, right?
I don't know if he was calling from Aurora, but he was calling about this particular
And he asked me if I heard
situation.
about this sort of like fake story going around that the right wing is pushing, that there's gangs of like a Venezuelan gang that has taken over a building in Aurora, Colorado.
Right.
Okay, and I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that I interrupted Uncle Sam here. I just have to make one quick little point here. This story, again, was completely fabricated and pushed by Fox News, okay? It is easy for regular, everyday people to fall into right-wing propaganda traps. It's very easy for that to happen to, you know, someone that maybe they don't follow the news, they don't follow politics very closely every single day, you know, they just, you know, they hear and they see stuff, they hear stuff from other people, you know. It's very easy for, I guess the word you would use is normies, which I fucking hate that word so much. You know, it's easy for people like that to fall into conservative right-wing propaganda traps because they're literally everywhere in this country, especially. So, you know, it's understandable for like a random person to, you know, maybe think that this might be something that's really happening, or, you know, an older person that's, you know, whatever. Doesn't matter. For someone like TYT, it's inexcusable. It is inexcusable for them, even if somehow on the off chance, which, you know, I don't even know if there's no responsibility taken by TYT, completely irresponsible. There is no excuse for their coverage of this. Without further ado, I'll let Uncle Sam continue.
And he was like, and I'm like, no, I haven't heard anything about this at all. And he's like, it's crazy because it is being perpetrated by a slumlord who has been cited by Aurora apparently for years now in not servicing this building. And there's been a protest by people in the building. And the way that the landlord, who is an absentee landlord, literally, I think he said was in Florida or a different state.
Very typical of these corporate landlord, slumlord types who apparently the complaints were of unsafe and unsanitary conditions, garbage, feces, rodents all over the place.
And they are trying to make it as if this thing has been sort of infiltrated by this Venezuelan gang. Now, it's conceivable that there are Venezuelans living in there. It's conceivable that there are, you know, criminals living in there. I mean, it's, you know,
if it's an impoverished area or a building that is, you know, run down or maybe rent is lower,
we have
right?
Criminals living in, you know, Mar-a-Lago as far as concerned. But it's quite, but the idea that this building has been taken over by gangs, Venezuelan gangs, is quite the story. And here is CBS Colorado reporting on this. I think they're probably just as like sort of flummoxed by these like sort of myths that are going around. But well, let's play this clip.
Well, it's not the gangs, but the landlords that are their biggest threat. And that's according to some people living in an Aurora apartment building that is at the center of an ongoing gang situation.
Just remember here, guys. This is what Jenks said here. He said this. Local news has absolutely confirmed Venezuelan gangs took over apartment buildings in Aurora, but yet this is two separate local news stations from Aurora that we're playing clips of. Oh, and they're not saying that. Wow, it's like he fucking lied.
Reporters in Aurora have been following this ongoing situation involving Venezuelan gang members closely. We showed you this video and others that have been circulating online and creating outrage on both sides of the border debate. It shows men with rifles in the halls of a building at 12th and Dallas. A former resident released this video saying gang members have taken control of the building and are terrorizing the people who live there. Tori Mason is your reporter in Aurora and has been following this closely for you. And Tori, residents say the conditions in that building are horrible.
Yes, and police have said there are components of the TDA gang operating in Aurora, but not to the extent of them taking over entire apartment complexes. Now,
and just remember, that was Fox News' entire jumping point for saying this apartment complex had been taken over, is the Aurora Police Department saying that there could be possible gang-related activities happening in this area, and they could be connected to this specific gang. But, again, nothing to do with the building.
Spoken to residents who say they have seen gang violence often, but today we heard from residents who say the problems in their building aren't gang related at all.
We're here today to set the story straight.
Residents at an apartment with reported gang activity say that's far from the truth. They say they're victims, but not of TDA.
There are no gangs. There are no criminals.
Gladys Tovar lives here with her children.
I have been here for a year and I have not received any kind of violence.
Last week, one of their neighbors shared a different experience.
It's really like being held hostage.
Cindy and this lady right here, this individual right here, she actually went onto Fox News. I don't know when it was. I think it was Laura Ingram's program not too long ago, a few days ago, and did an interview. And I actually think I might have that pulled up. We might take a look at that. But this individual is not trustworthy at all.
Like being held hostage.
Cindy's doorbell video shows armed men entering a unit. These neighbors say that was an isolated break-in. They claim the biggest danger here are rats and bed bugs, and the real threat is the property owner.
The only criminal here is the owner of this apartment who steals from us every month, asking us to pay for this living.
CBZ management says the gang scared property managers away from another building off Nome Street. Gladys says they've been paying rent and nothing's getting fixed.
The owner abandoned us.
Aurora Mayor Mike Kaufman visited the building this week. In a statement, he says the goal is to get these properties under the control of owners as soon as possible.
Can you pause it?
Yeah, Mike Kaufman. Yeah, no, okay. Sorry, I'm not going to
guess what party Mike Kaufman is a part of? He's a Republican, the mayor of Aurora, former congressman. He has been key in pushing this particular narrative, and I just want to note that as we continue to hear from the actual residents of the building, as opposed to taking the word of the lawyer of a corporate landlord and a Republican mayor of a city.
Also amazing that this mayor was able to go into a building complex taken over by Venezuelan gangs. It's also amazing that these Venezuelan gangs have obviously been supporting these people who live in the apartments enough that they will come out and run cover for the gangs.
And they're playing the long game, too, by filing all those complaints about unsafe conditions that were in, like, 2021 and things like that.
You've also got to appreciate the commitment by these people who are living in these buildings. They have obviously made their apartments look like absolute hell as a way of protecting these gang members. It's fascinating.
Sam's too good, dude. We don't deserve Sam.
The goal is to get these properties under the control of owners as soon as possible. Neighbors say false information puts their safety at risk. A text sent to a resident calls them animals and threatens them with more firepower than you can ever imagine.
Neighbors from other buildings are posting around where we live.
They say it's time the city stop using a gang as an excuse.
These families deserve the opportunity to have resources and time to move somewhere safe.
Now, the mayor says the best course of action is to shut these buildings down. Right now, the city's attorney's office is preparing an emergency court order to clear the buildings where gang activity has occurred. These people want a meeting with the city first. We're live in Aurora.
Well, local news wouldn't have the incentive to play off crime if it really, if it was really happening, right?
No, I mean, the irony is that you have got right-wingers promoting this story that that these buildings are being taken over by gangs. When the residents, are saying that this is putting us in jeopardy. Now, ostensibly, the reason why the people who are promoting this story that it's being taken over again, because they care about the residents.
Right.
But yet they're not listening to the residents.
And I'm reminded of stories that we heard about crime where it came from corporations that put it out into the press, and there were a lot of outlets on the right that took it at face value and that didn't correct themselves when the companies themselves corrected themselves. Target blamed shoplifting for
closing 9 stores, and of course it turns out that there were higher crime areas that they kept stores open. What they were basically doing is what a lot of these corporations do is, I'm going to blame my failure as the CEO or the CFO or the COO or the board of directors on choosing proper locations by saying it was a function of something other than me. I mean, it's that corporate thing. I just remember a guy at Air America when I was like, you completely lost like a market share. And he's like, well, there were 5 decisions that were made that were out of my control. You know.
Well, I mean, but this is a lesson, I think, for people in terms of media literacy, right? Like, look at who was making the claim.
Yeah. You take a notes, TYT, because if you're not, you need to get your fucking pen and paper out and start taking some.
The party that is interested in offloading the responsibility of, say, losses or poor conditions in an apartment complex onto an outside factor that is where they can basically scapegoat certain people or scapegoat people who are poor or who are undocumented. Look at who is making the claim. This entire right-wing hysteria came from the lawyer of the corporate landlord putting that out into the public, and then the Republican mayor backing him. And this is a problem broadly with these corporate landlords not being held to account and allowing apartments because they own property, and that's that's a privileged class in this country. Letting them fall into disrepair, and then again blaming broader societal ills that fit their political agenda for their own failures. This is something that happens all the time, and you gotta just read into the second or third paragraph before sharing some of this stuff. But I guess that's too much to ask for some people in the media.
Trombone guy, regarding Aurora, Anna Kasparian has been spreading this as well as Jank supporting comments. I can't believe that. That's ridiculous. Seriously?
We had an IM about this yesterday, but I guess I didn't connect that it was the same story.
Hey, folks.
Yeah, and you know, the difference in those two coverages that I just showed you guys is literally fucking night and day, right? Majority Report, as they always do, hit the nail right on the head, exposed not only the right-wing propaganda machine, the right-wing fucking bullshit that they peddle every goddamn day, but also literally not exposed, but addressed and showed you what the actual fucking part of the issue is. They showed you what the real issue is. Sam and Emma absolutely did an amazing job there. Jank and Anna, you people have to do better. There is no more excuses. There is no more, whatever they want to fucking jealousy about Hassan, what the fuck ever. Even Sam, at the very end, you guys caught that, said, I can't believe that Jank and Anna are pushing a story because it's so blatantly fucking bullshit. It's like they saw one Twitter post and then said, oh, well, we're going to do this coverage today on the main show. That being said, that's going to be it for the video. Guys, I hope I was able to kind of connect everything and make it seem somewhat coherent. I like to pause, ramble, rant, whatever. That's going to be it for the video. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, press that little bell, turn on notifications so you guys never miss an upload.
Yeah. Please go ahead and give Jonah a follow, subscription over on the YouTubes, and like the video, please and thanks. I put the link in the chats. What's up, Snake? How you doing? All right. Sandy is gonna do a deep dive into this, and I like Sandy, so let's see what she has to say. Left of the box. We are gonna watch this at one point.
On my channel, not too long ago, I posted a couple clips of me and Mike from the Humanist Report when he was on my show to chat, and we ended up talking about TYT. Both of us have connections with TYT that are no longer connections with TYT. Plus, there was a clip that they had just released at that time that kind of got under our skin. So both of us wanted to comment on it. And, you know, those clips on my channel actually gave my channel a nice little boost. Got a lot of new subscribers. The one clip that I posted of Mike from the Humanist Report is now like the #1 watched clip on my channel and stuff. And so, like, part of me is like, it's tempting. It's tempting to just completely grift out and make gossipy TYT.
Just trash
stuff
TYT all the time.
It's
It's easy.
Again, I have principles and integrity. And I found it very hilarious, even in the comments of those couple clips that I posted
Snake?
from that one conversation. Somebody accusing
Yes,
me of just being
LT9K.
gossip channel,
We
and using it to promote myself,
Sandy
which is so fun.
Lovis and I share a mod or two, and yeah, we're both non-binary leftist content creators. Sandy is a bit better than me, but that's okay.
Far from the truth, because the thing is that you learn a lot about a person, a content creator, by the choices they make on what to present, the editorial choices. And if you look at my channel on a whole, what are you going to see? You're going to see the vast majority of my stuff is about healthcare, because that is one of my primary concerns. I cover a lot of LGBTQ plus issues. It's predominantly Canadian politics. I do dabble in American stuff, especially when it comes to social issues, because that has cross-border appeal. But without a doubt, you can look at my channel.
The Canadians have infiltrated the stream.
But every now and then, I feel it's important to call out TYT, especially when they blow up on social media, when they're doing things that is basically harmful. Like, not just to the left or
It is not a real place.
but can have like real world harmful implications to people. And this is especially egregious when it comes to trans people and their takes on trans people and non-binary people and the language that they use around that and some of the right-wing talking points that they go on. And again, part of it is the stories they choose to present. It says a lot about who they are and where their principles lie. Now, the vast majority of stuff, I would imagine, still is kind of on the left when it comes to TYT. They are the home of progressives, after all, but truth be told, I don't watch it anymore, so I don't know where the bulk of their stuff is. But
What's up, Mona?
I have seen some trends that are troubling, because even if you look at something like, oh, but they're very strong on Gaza. You know, Cenk and Anna are both very passionate at calling out the genocide on Gaza. But again, it's not just their personal opinion. It's also what they choose to present on their channel, what they represent, shows where their principles lie. And so you can personally say that you are against the genocide with all your throat, and Cenk does. And sometimes it's cathartic to hear him rail against a Zionist or something when he's in a debate. But at the same time, he has Ben Glebe on, who is a raging Zionist, absolutely horrible individual. But Cenk will have Ben Glebe on the main show to have these debates about what's happening in Gaza, because Cenk wants to be balanced and show both sides of the situation. There aren't two sides to a genocide. And having Ben on to argue the side of Israel and their genocide only serves to legitimize Ben's views that it is a both sides issue when it's not. And the thing is that Cenk will have Ben on to talk about Israel and Gaza, but when was the last time Cenk had somebody on who is trans, who is non-binary, to talk about, you know,
trans rights,
our perspectives on stories and stuff, to have a debate with us about
He
why
refuses.
we should exist, why we should have the right to exist.
He refuses to.
Where are those people coming onto the show to debate that? You know, how often do you see him give a platform to a climate change denier? And then some people might say, but, you know, it's okay to do it on the main show because at least he's pushing back, and Cenk does push back against Ben with his right-wing talking points. But again, the sheer fact that he's giving Ben Glebe that platform says a lot about who he is when it comes to the corporation of TYT. And sure, he might push back on the live show when it's him and Ben talking and having a debate. But that's not the only time Ben contributes to TYT. Ben also posted a Rebel HQ video that was about 15 minutes long. That was the most Zionist piece of shit I had ever seen on TYT. Ben was just saying all the horrendous things that you can imagine when, spewing the debunked things that happened on October 7th, Ben's point of view when it comes to what Hamas is, what Palestinians are, all of that. And that went unchallenged. And it's part of their network. Because, again, Cenk is more than happy to share his platform with somebody like Ben. But when it comes to queer issues, it's odd how queer folks just seem to have trickled away from the network. But there's no, hey, why don't you guys come back? Why don't we have a heart-to-heart? Why don't we actually talk about this? We're all on the left. We're all in this together. We should be able to sit down as adults and talk about this issue. But somehow that never seems to happen. Somehow we never get invited back onto the show to talk about this.
Face, Sandy,
but when
tell
issues
them.
do come up, and their takes on crime recently have been quite horrendous, whenever people on the left push back in the slightest or try to correct them, suddenly they blow up. Like, oh, we have to agree on 100%. Like, even if we have a 2% disagreement, then suddenly we're Nazis and things of that sort. Nah, we can't have any disagreements on the left and blah, blah, blah. It's like, no, we have plenty of disagreements on the left. But we should be able to talk about it. You should be able to have people to come on in good faith to talk about things as inflammatory as what you're talking about and have good faith conversations about it the same way you give it to a genocidal Zionist.
Yeah, Liz, that's fucked up. That it's sorry to distract from Sandy, but that the app is sending you to not only other streams, but big streams. It's not like sending you randomly to somebody that's got 2 viewers. It's sending you to people who it's like, oh, hey, this person's got 3,500 viewers. You should go check them out. Yeah, TYT cannot ever, it's in the letter. They can't confront the possibility that they're wrong. They cannot check their ego.
It has to be more than just, inviting Olemi on to talk about crime statistics and stuff, and then totally condescend to her the entire time. It's about having good faith conversations, good faith interactions. And it's the people who are trying to help TYT get back to where we thought they were that they tend to lash out at the most. And so recently, they chose to amplify a story. And again, a lot of it has to do in the stories they choose to present. And we've seen this when it comes to trans issues before, when it comes to certain types of crime before, how they'll take one outlier of a protest with trans people where, the right-wing presenters felt threatened enough to go into a room. Oh, they're too radical on the left. These trans activists are so radical. They'll promote those stories, but say barely anything about the hundreds and hundreds of bills being passed through American legislation that is literally stripping away people's right to exist. They'll choose an outlier of one, those independent schools. I forget what they're called in the States. Charter school, that's it. This one charter school that had this weird, anti or a DEI type curriculum for elementary kids or something of that sort, or this completely outlier.
I remember that story.
Use it and prop it up, trying to say and paint all leftists as being this extreme and radical and stuff. And Cenk has this annoying habit of, trying to make us a monolith, and we're not. No group is a monolith. And it gets frustrating because of how vitriolic they get towards other leftists. Yet when it comes to right-wingers, they seem to be so much more willing to cede ground to, let's sit down and have a good faith conversation. That's fine. But when it's people on the left, it's just instant yelling. It's instant dismissing. It's instant, oh, the left can't be convinced of anything reasonable because they're off here and they want this and that and the other thing. And this is why I'm bringing up this story. It's not so much the story in itself, but it's how they're reacting to it. And the story itself is pretty bad to begin with. So what the story is apparently it was reported down in the States that a Venezuelan gang has taken over an apartment complex and is threatening the residents and all this sort of stuff. And the problem is that there's no proof of this. And it looks like the landlords had let the building fall apart to the point where it's actually dangerous for the tenants, and the landlords are refusing to make any improvements. And the tenants have said for years that they are in danger, but not from.
Yeah, I think Joker has been working hard to help you guys out with that. If you're having problems with Twitch Mobile, check out Frosty app. Frosty for Twitch. Give it a go. Yeah, maybe try that.
From gangs, but from the deteriorating state of the buildings and things of that sort. And there's all this misinformation going around. And the thing is that they're focusing on, the reports from the landlords, from the police, from local media that also has the same biases as TYT does when it comes to getting clicks. Again, a lot of your principles shows in what you choose to present. I could present TYT
Dang chat, yeah.
Every live stream, and it would help my numbers. It would. It's kind of frustrating to me when I see how well, like if you look at my top 5 videos, 4 of them are about TYT. And I do kind of find that frustrating. But there's no way I'm going to devote my channel to that. No, I'm still going to make the videos about Doug Ford and healthcare. Healthcare in Alberta, Saskatchewan, what's happening about the Science Center and all this sort of stuff. Videos where I'm like trying my best to push them over 100 views because that's what's important to me. And it's not only that, I feel like the stories I cover are significant to others because it has real world impact. The policies of the government
trying to do real good work here.
The amount of social murder the Doug Ford government is responsible for is disgusting. And as somebody who lives in a vulnerable group, I live with disabilities, I live with poverty, I'm part of the LGBTQ plus community. I don't see enough representation of me and people like me online. So I feel it's important to get my voice out. And I do this knowing I have to fight for every view I get. I have to work for it. I want nothing more than for my channel to have over 10,000 subscribers by the time
that happens after you raid somebody until you restart your OBS.
The next provincial or federal election comes around in Canada and in Ontario. And I have to work for it. Yet I could easily just become a grifter and focus on talking smack about TYT and my channel would take off. So when I see TYT choosing these sensationalized stories for the sake of clicks, it's really disappointing and says a lot about them. And so they did exactly what some local media did, and they cherry-picked, people to talk to when it came to this specific story to make it in the most, outrageous, salacious story possible without actually looking at all the facts on the ground, without accounting for anything. But then as soon as they would hear anything that kind of pushes against the narrative that they want, the narrative that would get them their clicks, the narrative that would back up their opinions and their talking points, as soon as they get any pushback, they launch attacks on those people and say, well, you just love crime then. Really, people on the left, notorious crime lovers. And so there's a series of tweets that kind of paint a good picture of all of this that I wanted to touch on. And then there's another clip that I wanted to touch on where, again, it's just showing this really weird right-wing takes, especially coming from Anna, that are just becoming more and more predominant on the main show. And like I said, she's not of the left, she's not of the right. She is a pendulum, and she swings, and she'll have left-wing takes, and she'll have right-wing takes, and it'll go back and forth. But over time, the center of that pendulum has been shifting more and more to the right. And so the left-wing takes are becoming fewer and far in between, and the right-wing takes are becoming more extreme. And so we'll get to that as well. So first, let's start with some of these tweets. So from Cenk Uygur. Local news in Colorado has absolutely confirmed Venezuelan gangs took over apartment buildings in Aurora, including a report by legal team hired by their property owners.
Pendulous Dragon, boo! Does anyone have a few coin to help out Pendulous Dragon with a gifty? It would help us all out. If you are feeling generous and have the means to do so, please consider helping out our friend. So they no longer have to sit through ads.
So why are the local authorities ceding U.S. territory to foreign gangs? Why haven't the cops gone in already? The cops, famously known for not cracking down on
yeah, those lazy
immigrants.
cops just don't do their jobs.
Like,
that's literally their take.
In and of itself, the focus on the fact that they're saying Venezuelan gangs, you know, that are doing this.
This is turning into a revolution.
Dr. Yasmin gifted 1 subscription.
That Venezuelan gangs.
Thank you so much.
Problematic. Could it just been gangs? And then, you know, absolute unconditional proof, including a report by the legal team hired by the property owners. The same property owners that people who live in the buildings say have let the buildings deteriorate so much that they're basically condemned. But the property owners want to distract by that. So suddenly there's gangs of people coming in and robbing the apartment, taking it over. It's now like a little Venezuelan town in this apartment building, and the police are just not doing anything about it. Of course not. The police, with all their military equipment and resources, are doing nothing to stop this gang from terrorizing a local community.
Wish you tried to gift too?
It's not like
did
they
it
don't
go
have
through?
the firepower capable of doing it. It's not like they don't have a whole bunch of trigger-happy people.
Did Twitch take your money?
That would love the opportunity to go in guns blazing to shoot a whole bunch of brown people. No, that's not the police in the United States. Not at all. So then Chang says here, to clarify, it wasn't the property owner who hired the legal team that proved the extortion, etc. It was the lenders. You know, you got to make sure that you're giving out factual information here. That's an important distinction because landlords don't seem trustworthy. Really? Landlords not trustworthy? These are also residents who clearly say they were driven out. All Latinos, by the way.
That's happened to me before, but then like it like wouldn't go through. The fact that they like both went through, I'm concerned. I hope you get a refund.
So we're not being racist by pointing out it's a Venezuelan gang because the people that the Venezuelan gang are targeting are Latinos. So we're not racist for pointing that out. It's just, you know, what is it? Venezuelan on Latino crime?
Jesus.
And so Jeff here.
Yo, suggestion. Content creators out there. Stop putting your camera box in the bottom frame, in the bottom left-hand corner, because that is where the captions go. And your face will be covered. Put your face at the top and on the left.
He's actually been pushing back a lot on Anna and Cenk when it comes to this. And he says, interim Aurora Police Chief Heather Morris said gang members had not taken over and weren't collecting rent. And then Cenk is just like, oh, well, watch our show tonight and we'll show you proof. And there was more that I wanted to get to on this. There we go. So somebody just commenting, you know, you've lost your way. And what does Cenk do?
That's
says,
funny, Liz.
Why are you pro-criminal gang terrorizing the working class?
Wait, no, my left and right. I got my left and right backwards.
Doesn't want to have a real conversation. Doesn't want to
put it on the
push back.
top
Doesn't want
right.
to see the nuance. Just immediately, as soon as people question Cenk's take on it, you're pro-gangs terrorizing these working people. No, it's the landlords who are terrorizing the people in that building. And the thing is that there's not too many, you know, concrete facts out there because there's just so much being thrown into the atmosphere. But really, why are they focusing on this story to begin with?
That part. Why?
What is it about
why?
this one story? This
why are they
one
focusing
potential
on this
outlier?
story?
Like, is there an epidemic of gangs of any sort across the country that are targeting apartment buildings and taking them over? Literally, like just taking them over and charging rent to the tenants and bypassing the landlords. Is this a widespread problem, or is this a cherry-picked story that they wanted to cover? So here's, you know, Cenk just mentioning again, agree with online right-winger 2%, their reaction, welcome to the party, Megan welcomes you. Agree with left-wing, agree with online leftists, 98%, their reactions, Nazis. But again, that's actually why, a little bit, you know, the percentage is off. But that is why people like Anna gets pulled a little bit more over to the right, over and over again, because if you agree with the right wing on anything, they are very welcoming, especially if if you're someone who is on the left, because they can use you as a proxy to legitimize a lot of their talking points. Again, the whole useful idiots that seems to be a trend on the right wing. The right wing is like, oh yeah, we'll embrace you as long as we can use you. And as a lot of people who have left the left, especially if they're, I don't know, let's say they're gay and married and use surrogates to have babies, Dave Rubin, they learn the hard way that the only reason why they were accepted was because they were being used. And yeah, people on the left, you know, we have disagreements, but, you know, it really depends on what those disagreements are about, and we have conversations, but with Jank, it's not, you know, that 2% disagreement we have, and suddenly we're calling.
Landom Lazy Lizards Lounge raided your channel with 1 viewers.
It's insane.
Hey, thanks, Liz.
Graphic novel.
In relation to the ascendancy of modern constitutional democracy in the 19th to 20th century. More generally, liberal democracy is typically characterized by open pluralism, civil liberties, free.
Calling him a Nazi because, again, he accused Lance from the Serbs. Lance is the reason why everyone outside of Canada seems to think we're all maple syrup hockey playing, you know, maple syrup chugging hockey player moose herders. You know, Lance is the reason for that. He is just the most stereotypical Canadian out there and polite. And he gave some of the most milquetoast pushback out there. And Jank immediately accused Lance of calling him a fascist, which never happened. It's like, prove it. Show the clip of Lance, you know, sitting there calling Jank a fascist.
Or a Nazi. I don't think Lance ever said that.
Oh, well, you know, they're calling us Nazis and stuff. And yet you see how like fast he will go.
I mean, Andrew Rovinsky called them Nazis. But, like, if you're upset at Andrea Rovinsky, fucking say her name. Give her some clout. You know, like, don't pull in other creators that already, you know, it's like, oh, well, Lance. And it's like, but Lance wasn't the one who said that. Like, there are leftists out there who will, you know, fucking yell and scream and call you Nazis and fascists. But Lance isn't one of them. Beaver herders, but okay.
Name calling other people who just say, yeah, I don't agree with you anymore. Oh, it's because you love gangs and you're pro-terrorist. And so somebody's just saying one more time in English, even 2% disagreement is not allowed with online leftists. Independent thinking is enormously frowned upon, but I want to be clear, they are a tiny, tiny fraction of the left wing in this country. The overwhelming majority of the actual left-wing voters agree with my positions. Some here, some there. And here is somebody rightfully pointing out, again, to that 2% comment, you know, the reactionary and the 98%. And somebody basically saying it's not the times you agree with them on, it's what you agree with them on. And that has a lot of weight to it. It has a lot of merit to it because, you know, the main reason why I call out TYT the most is when it comes to trans issues and their language around their outrage over the term birthing person and stuff. Those are things that personally affect me. And I'm sorry, we can agree on 75% of the things, but if you don't believe I have the right to exist as an individual, that's a hard line for me. Okay? Yeah, there's no crossing that. You know, if you don't support equal rights for trans people, that's a hard line for me. And Jank will say, oh, but we do. You know, we're the most supportive progressive network when it comes to trans issues. But no, because they're only partially. They're accepting of the human rights for trans folks that they like, that they're comfortable with, but they're not okay with actual just blanket human rights for trans people. Because Jank will throw in all these caveats about sports or about, you know, therapies or children when it comes to being trans and all these sorts of things. And all of a sudden there's all these caveats and it's like, no,
either you support trans rights or you don't.
And equal rights. And so I have hard lines when it comes to that. And so it could be things too, like when it comes to the issues that are happening in Gaza right now, we can agree with 90% of things. Okay, we can agree with 98, 99% of things. But if you are pro-genocide, that's a hard line for me. Okay? That is, there's no crossing that for me. And I will say that you need to shut up if that's what you're promoting. So in response to this person's comment, just saying, it's not the times you agree with them on, it's what you agree with them on. And Cenk says, no, there is no issue where you're allowed to disagree with online leftists even a smidge without being called right-wing ultra mega sellout. Hello there. Again, just launching those attacks on people. Just launching them like, no, we're talking about nuanced conversations. Like this here is a nuanced take from this person. And Cenk is just, no, I disagree with you. So left-wing people are calling me a mega sellout. And the thing is that if there are actually people now referring to Cenk and Anna as sellouts on the left, it takes a little bit more than a take for people on the left to start doing that, because we actually cut each other a fair bit of slack. Like the amount of slack cut to Cenk and Anna when that birthing person fiasco started was almost painful, how much slack was cut to them from other online leftists. But then right away, they accused those online leftists of referring to them as fascists and stuff. And then this person saying, I think running with the PR cooked up by slumlords who charge $1,200 to $1,400 for a place with literal holes in the walls while dehumanizing asylum seekers warrants criticism. And that's what this is. We're criticizing their takes. The landlords didn't pay for the reports that proved the extortion. It was the lenders. The landlords are jerks for other reasons, and no one is defending them. The gangs are terrorizing other Venezuelan migrants, and you're cheerleading it. It's the migrants who need help. How is what you're doing, this coverage that you're doing, actually helping the migrants? Now, let's see. There's a new version of this post. Oh, I see. That's why it's kind of in gray. This is an older version, so let's click on that to see what the new version is. Okay, so, okay, it looks this, wait, what's this?
The fuck?
Is that Elon Musk responding to Cenk, saying 30% of the time it works, 98% of the time? About, the mega embracing people who have right-wing takes? Surely this is a parody account. 196 million followers. No, that's actually Elon Musk's account. Replying to Cenk. If I start getting people like Elon Musk, Tim Pool and stuff, replying to me favorably, retweeting.
Sandy left PYT officially, like after the birthing person thing. Or no, she left quietly a few months before that. And then once the birthing person thing happened last spring, she made a video about it, knowing that she was closing the door. What's up, Fabuli?
Reading my things. That's time for introspection right there. That's time to look. So I don't have it on my tweets that I'm going to focus on with Anna, but other people have noticed that some of those tweets have been retweeted by.
Yes, Sandy was a Rebel HQ contributor and went on the conversation to talk to Cenk about why using inclusive language was important, and really just got scolded and laughed at because Cenk is a douche.
By Tim Pool. And in the past, when it came to the birthing person controversy, again, the amount of right-wingers that were talking favorably to Anna and retweeting her. When that happens, you need to look inward. If I start getting a whole bunch of right-wingers, praising my work, I've done something really wrong, because I don't want to be on their side. I don't want to be in their good graces, because I feel the vast majority of them are horrible people. A lot of right-wingers want people like me to not exist. They're okay with the genocide in Gaza. Okay, they are trying to ban trans people in the United States. I don't want to be friends with them. And so if a whole bunch of them just start suddenly, getting all cozy with me and supporting me, okay, I have done something severely wrong. Something is really, my sarcasm can be bad at times, but then that would be a really big misstep right there. So here is Anna, getting in on all of this. And her tweet that started off some of these firestorms. So Colorado law firm reports claims Venezuelan gangs has a stranglehold on apartments takeover began in 2023.
Oh my God.
CBS News Colorado also obtained internal Aurora police documents because, police
always trustworthy,
reliable sources of information. truthful to a fault, the police are.
Never lie.
From June that appeared to support some of the law firm's conclusions. An officer reported responding to a call from a house cleaner at Whispering Pines. He said she told police she was threatened that she needed to give up the keys to vacant apartments at Whispering Pine apartment so that a group of Venezuelans can move people into the Whispering Pines apartment. The officer reported suspects left, but not before warning her to comply or else they would kill her or her family. The Aurora officer wrote to fellow officers, I would highly recommend you guys take 2 to 3 friends with you when responding to any calls out there. Now, I'm not ruling out the possibility that there is a gang terrorizing this apartment complex. Like, that's the thing. I don't rule it out, but...
I do, because the residents have said that there isn't
You
one.
have one-off stories, and the people who like to get onto the local media are also people who are looking for fame. Media is not the same thing as it used to be once upon a time. And so, where are the actual sources?
Beavers.
And she continues with saying, so I want to understand how the same police department is now denying that there are any issues with Venezuelan gangs in the area. What the fuck is going on here? Now, here's the thing. You're already getting contradictory information and you're wondering what the fuck is going on here, and yet you're reporting on it like you know exactly what's going on. And so what do you do? Like, where's the investigative journalism? Like, TYT is a big organization. If your priority is focusing on this story, send someone there. Do the investigative journalism. Don't rely on these reports from people with biases, from the police, the landlords, the media with their own biases. Send someone. It can't be more dangerous to send Dave Schuster there as it was to send Emma Vigeland when she was a young woman to Trump rallies. Send someone there to clear it up because you've already focused so much attention on this. Do the investigating part. Find out what the fuck is going on, because yeah, there could be people in danger in those apartment buildings, and I want to make sure that they're not in danger, because I do care about crime. I don't want crime to happen. But the thing is that when they accuse us of saying we're pro-crime because we push back on things, it's not because we're pro-crime. We're pro looking at the reasons, the systemic reasons that are causing that crime, and wanting to deal with those, as opposed to just saying, lock everyone up, crack down on them harder, send more people away to jail, tear apart more families, ruin more lives. We actually want to deal with the cause of the crime, the reason that it's happening. So Anna says a resident who managed to flee the building with the help of a city council member describes the terror she lived under and how Aurora Police Department wouldn't help her. And to be fair, the police department also notorious for not actually helping people. That is a thing. Like, if crimes are committed, they don't necessarily, come to your rescue unless you're rich and it's a property crime. And so Jeff is pushing back, saying what is going on. Indeed, there's conflicting stories. And so how about instead of, so forcefully amplifying the story, you find out what's happening with it first. If you're going to make these salacious claims about Venezuelan gangs terrorizing this community, maybe find out actual facts first, as opposed to just reading a few headlines, listening to a few clips. Because here it says tenants are troubled, Colorado apartment speaks out against Venezuelan gangs and stuff. So there are reports on it. There's conflicting, stories. And then Anna says, I think it's very likely the landlord is a piece of shit, but both things can be true. And these are working class people and migrants who can't afford to move. So if there is a gang problem, complaining about it could be risky and dangerous. And you know what? That is true. That is, if you're in an area where there's a lot of gang activity and a lot of criminal activity, going to the police could be dangerous. But going to the police could be dangerous because you're dealing with the police as well. And then here's somebody saying, I'm really sorry to see you switch teams. You'd be better off being Bill Maher's sidekick. So again, it's not just editorial choices. It's also, who does Anna, generally speaking, choose to reply to when it comes to these comments? When it came, again, to issues around trans people and the birthing comments, she would launch attacks on trans people. And she would cherry pick things. And Jake does a lot of this, too, on who he replies to, where he will launch insults on a Twitter account that has, 100 followers because somebody had the gall to suggest that, why don't you talk to your nephew about this subject? And I've covered those exact exchanges. And so here's Anna saying, I've never provided cover for violent gang members. Sorry, you were under the impression I ever did. So back to her and Jeff's Twitter conversation on this. So Jeff says, maybe one thing led to another, a slumlord preying on poor, desperate people, some of whom turned to crime and gang activity. So again, this isn't being pro-criminal. This is Jeff being nuanced and saying we should be looking at the causes of what crime is. And he says, since cops don't really work for poor people, the whole situation gets ignored until the media picks it up. I don't know. And then Anna says, buildings that are neglected tend to be prime targets of criminals and violent gangs. I don't think the people living there were gang members. At least I haven't seen any evidence of that, but gangs likely noticed the poor conditions of the building, took advantage. Is that a problem in the States again? Are gangs just like roaming neighborhoods looking for apartment complexes to take over? Like, if this is a wider issue, are you not talking about that? Or why are you just, again, cherry picking this one outlier story? But Jeff says, fair enough, I could see that happening. I'm just wary of any narratives coming out of this for now. Again, that is a very reasonable take, with all this information that's just being blasted out there right now because this story is seeing its 15 minutes in fame. We're going to get a lot of contradictory information. We're going to get a lot of information from people who have agendas. And this is why when, in particular, a specific instance of a bombing or an attack within Gaza or something happens, I usually like to wait until the dust settles before you start saying things because, there's going to be a lot of information coming out. There's going to be a lot of contradicting stories. And to instantly latch on to the first thing you hear, it doesn't do you good and it doesn't serve your audience well. You want to get a full picture. And this is why I'm often late to a story, is because I want the full story. I want to know what's happening. And because I do this, because I have that principle, that means that when I do report on that story, it's not going to get the same clicks because it's no longer, the highlight. It's no longer being, it's past its moment. It's past its prime. And so Anna says, just to be clear, you're willing to believe that the landlord is at fault, but you are unwilling to believe that Venezuelan gangs are a problem in this area, despite investigations and testimonies from other residents that show it's true. Is it possible that you're allowing your bias to blind you to inconvenient realities? I know it's hard for leftists to accept this, but crime is a real thing. How did that comment warrant that response? He says, fair enough, I could see that happening. So he's already conceding that this could be a problem. That, yeah, a gang could be taking over this building. It could be a problem. And he's just saying, I'm wary of narratives coming out of this for now. And suddenly it's like, oh, no, you're just refusing to believe that this Venezuelan gang has taken over this apartment complex and is terrorizing these people. You're just refusing to believe that because you're pro-crime. Because people on the left, you refuse to accept crime as a real issue in this country. How does Jeff's comment warrant that response? And he says, actually, I agree with you that both could be true, but I'm reserving judgment because currently there are conflicting reports on this. And again, just showing some of the attitude that they have when it comes to the slightest bit of pushback. So we have here breaking Kremlin agents in U.S. worth millions, Twitter followers, the story that we just talked about with Russia. And then somebody just replying to that saying, wonder why Anna Kasparian didn't speak on this. She has so much to say about the left nowadays. And then she says, I covered it on the show yesterday, doing a follow-up today. I'm not in a partisan cult. Truth matters and will prevail. And truth matters? Does it? Because you seem to be reluctant to accept anything other than your already preconceived notion of what happened. Because she's accusing other people of not accepting other viewpoints, but she's refusing to do it herself. And again, just showing how she's just launching off onto people. So she says here, direct quote from the city about the report that this commentator is lying about the information and claims. The letter underscored APD and other law enforcement agencies formed a special task force to investigate crime. So just talking about crime again, she's all about talking about crime. Because somebody's saying, local media is claiming the report by the law firm represents the landlord is fake. And somebody's saying there was literally a school shooting yesterday where kids died and you decide to focus on the horrors of immigrants. This is why people are concerned about your new values. And again, this is actually a nuanced criticism. It is saying, why are you choosing to cherry pick this one story about Venezuelan gangs when here is another school shooting on the first few days of school even starting? School shootings are a problem in the United States. That's a widespread across the country problem. And there are reasons for it and nuanced takes about it and lots of territory you can cover on that. And it affects so many more people. But this is her response to that person just saying why are you choosing to cover this story over the shooting? What shooting? It didn't happen. It's a figment of your imagination. Why are you making it up? Whose team are you on? Shill, grifter, liar. That's what leftists sound like on Twitter when issues of public safety come up. And we're covering the shooting today. Very first story. You're welcome. And you see, the thing is that it gets a lot more difficult for people on the left to want to try to reach out in good faith if this is the response that we're going to receive. They are showing zero willingness to have good faith conversations with people on the left. And it's getting worse with their attacks towards people who are just saying, can we have more nuance? Can I ask a question like, why are you covering this story and not another? Like, anyone on my show can ask me, like, why am I covering a specific story? And I have a reason. I can give you a reason. You know, I cover a lot of healthcare stories about Doug Ford, about Pierre Poilievre, about Justin Trudeau, and I can give you, you know, very concrete personal reasons why I'm covering all of these stories. But to say, like, why are you covering this one outlier story with conflicting facts versus a school shooting where here's part of it. The shooter, who was a white boy, he was 14, was taken in alive by the police. You know, there's some content there that you can talk about, some nuanced takes and stuff, you know, the way that you can look at that, how there seems to be a trend of white shooters being taken in alive by the police.
Oh, Sandy only streams on YouTube right now, but we should convince her that she needs to do Twitch.
Versus a lot of black kids that have no guns, that kill no one, and yet are still killed by the police on a regular basis. But somehow this kid who shot and killed 4 people was taken in alive by the police. You know, you can talk about his ability to get the gun, the fact that it was so readily available, how his father is also being charged in this and should be for allowing access for his son to have this, how there's that mental health crisis in the United States, how this kid was on a watch list, like he was already talked to a year before this. So how was it that nothing happened in between then and now to maybe reach out to this kid, to get him the help that he needed to prevent this from happening? There's a lot that can go into that story.
Yeah, but one great Earth, does it really count when they're backed by the world's largest superpower?
Versus the Venezuelan gangs are taking over an apartment complex. But the story about the shooting also reveals more of Anna's takes. And, you know, I saw this clip online and I'm thinking, okay, this clip, it is just a clip. It's taken out of context. But, you know, I watched the full video segment from TYT and, okay, her brain is fried. Like it has gone down that true crime rabbit hole like nobody's business. Like just white suburban housewife, you know, true crime.
My
fixation.
aunt was like this.
Like what she says
and like lived in
clip,
that kind of paranoia. Yeah, this is wild.
About the 13-minute mark into this, and you can see the
I'm
clip
eating
here.
some
FBI
grapes.
was warned about 14-year-old school shooting suspect a year ago. So if you want, go and watch the full clip. Get the full context for yourself. I'm starting at about 13 minutes into this because that's when her and Cenk get back and forth in it.
Okay, this will never happen in America, but I would say you're allowed to own a gun, but you have to have it locked in a locker that is not in your house, that is in a facility somewhere else, okay?
I disagree.
Yeah, I know,
I disagree, Cenk.
I know. Okay.
Okay, but Cenk, okay, look, you and I have...
So they're allowed to disagree without calling each other fascists right off the bat, okay? Like, yeah, you can disagree, okay, that's fine.
I know, okay.
Okay, but Cenk, okay, look, you and I have a lot of these private conversations. So let me just ask you publicly, okay? As a Californian, as an Angelino, you know full well that right now there is a huge problem with what Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, has dubbed crime tourism, where people are literally coming here from other countries, okay? They're flying here on short-term visas. They're committing crimes, including invading people's homes to rob them as they are in their homes, okay? And what are people supposed to do if there are people coming in fully armed, ready to rob them, threatening their lives? They're not allowed to have a weapon to defend themselves in their own home. They have to have it locked away in a lockbox in some other location. That makes no sense.
No,
okay, all of that made no sense right there. What the fuck? Okay, has the purge actually started to happen in the United States? Like, is that a real thing where you have crime tourists coming in to commit crime? Like, here's the funny thing. If you come in on an airplane and you go to somebody to rob all their stuff, you know what? There's like only a certain amount of luggage you can take back. You know, if you want to steal that TV and stuff, you have to somehow squeeze it into your suitcase. Like you can't really just take it back. And they're coming in on visas? She actually said that? Let's backtrack just a bit here.
American, as an Angelino, you know full well that right now there is a huge problem with what Karen Bass, the mayor of LA, has dubbed crime tourism, where people are literally coming here from other countries. Okay, they're flying here on short-term visas.
So they're flying there on short-term visas, and they're going to go fly back home with all the goods they stole shoved into their suitcases. But they're coming in on short-term visas. Okay, how do you apply for that? How easy is it to get a short-term visa to get into the United States?
Just to come commit crime.
Like, what do you put on your application? So, reason for the work visa. Oh, I have crime to commit in the United States. Yeah, I just want a short-term visa so that I can go in there and terrorize an apartment complex. Oh.
Hey, PD, that's not true. I actually did tell her to shut the fuck up and get some therapy, and that's when she blocked me. I tweeted at her, just go to therapy. She blocked me. It was great.
Oh, but I'm not a landlord. I'm not terrorizing them in that way. I mean that I want to go and break into their homes while they're still there and steal all their stuff. And maybe I'll sell some, but maybe, I'll shove other things back in my suitcase to go back home. But yeah, so where on the application do I put that I want to be a criminal for my short-term visa application? Like, how easy is it to get that? Like, I'm not an immigrant expert here. I don't know the immigration system of the United States all that well. But I would imagine there's a fair bit of hoops you have to jump through in order to get a short-term visa. Okay? Like, you would have to do a lot, prove a lot. Prove, like, okay, so what job are you going to the United States for? Because short-term visas are usually things for, like, you have a job, a temporary job. So can you prove who is going to be your employer? Where will you be staying? They'll check you out to make sure you're not at risk of overstaying your visa and things of that sort. Like, I'm pretty sure a fair bit has to go into it. But they're flying in. But I thought, Venezuelan immigrants and migrants, I thought they all kind of just crossed the border down in Mexico and walk in. So they're not the ones flying in. So you have people from around the world flying in to LA specifically into her area to commit crimes on short-term visas because the purge is happening there.
Fucking
and that's
ridiculous.
Where you go for crime tourism. You go to the United States where, they have militarized police forces. That if you are brown and caught walking down the street in a way that the police don't like, there's a strong possibility you could be shot. But no, you just have these people on short-term visas flying in to her area to commit these brutal crimes. Are you fucking kidding me? How does your brain rot so much that you
Liz,
believe this?
you run into the most interesting people, I swear to God.
Is there a possibility of a crime spike in her area? Sure, why not? Vast majority of crime doesn't happen in neighborhoods she would be in. The vast majority of crimes happens in areas that are impoverished. Areas with the horrendous landlords that let their buildings, fall apart and things of that sort. And again, it's a societal issue. There's nuance. There's reasons why you have to deal with that. Crime is not a good thing. But in order to get rid of crime, you need to get to the root causes of them. And that's a societal issue. That's lack of employment, lack of healthcare, lack of mental health care, lack of affordability when it comes to living in places. Because, if people could easily move away from that building that's been terrorized by the Venezuelan gang, then there would be no problem, but they can't, because they can't afford rent anywhere else if they were to move out. You got to look at all the systemic issues that have led to that point. But to suddenly be like, no, there are people getting short-term visas flying into my area because you, Jank, you live in the same California area as I do, so you know this, that they're flying in on short-term visas to rob you while you're in your home. Wow. That is a hot take. Oh, that is definitely a hot take there.
They're committing crimes, including invading people's homes to rob them as they are in their homes.
And just statistically speaking, when people go to rob a residence, they don't want the people home, especially in the United States. Why? Because a lot of people have guns in the United States. And if you knock on their door and they aren't expecting you and they shoot you through the door, the vast majority of times in the United States, they get away with it. They're allowed to just shoot people through the door because, they were a threat. They were on my property. It's stand your ground. And so of all the places that criminals can fly to go into people's homes while they're there.
This is such a good point.
I don't think the United States would be high on that list. Because you are gambling with your life if you do that. Back when I was working at Rebel HQ, I covered story after story of people who were accidentally shot by people who own guns. And this actually goes to Cenk's point on why guns shouldn't be on a residence, because when you have guns that are that easily accessible, they tend to get used on moments of hysteria, of moments of, threat without thinking things through. It's like, oh no, I feel threatened, I'm just going to shoot. As opposed to, like here in Canada, you actually have a duty to retreat. That first. If somebody is breaking in your home, you have to try to first escape the situation before you're allowed to kill them. It can happen where you're pinned down, and if you have a
I did not know that there's a duty to retreat in Canada.
Legal or illegal gun here in Canada, then use it to defend yourself, but you have that duty to retreat first. But in the United States, nothing like that exists. And so you have people breaking into homes while the people who live there are home with guns that are readily available and abundant in the United States. Really? That's a thing. That's a problem there. That's an epidemic of crime, massive crime waves of people breaking into homes while the owners are there, knowing damn well they can get shot. And if they are from Venezuela, then if the police show up, they're definitely getting shot.
Okay. And what are people supposed to do if there are people coming in fully armed, ready to rob them, threatening their lives? They're not allowed to have a weapon to defend themselves in their own home. They have to have it locked away in a lockbox in some other location. That makes no sense.
No, Anna, it doesn't make sense because we're already in an ocean of weapons. That's why my proposal I think is definitely the right one, but will never be implemented in America. So if we had implemented my proposal in the first place, we wouldn't be in an ocean of guns. So when you arrive from Venezuela, by the way, they're coming in through the airport, the criminal gangs wouldn't be like, here's a weapon, here's a weapon, here's a weapon. Everybody gets a weapon because there's like
Venezuelan gangs coming in through the airport.
And nobody's doing anything about it. And if you arrested someone for having a weapon, the right wing.
But yet there's a crisis at the border, but they're flying in through the airports and getting guns handed to them. Oh my God.
Takes your head off. So, it's not realistic at this point when there's already hundreds of millions of weapons out there. But let's keep going. Let's make it 400 million, 500 million. And you know what'll happen? More people will die and everybody will go, golly gee, what should we do about the mass shootings? And then the answer is super obvious. Ban the weapons that are doing it, but they won't. Instead, they'll have nonsense conversations about mental health as if America's the only place that has mental health issues and about too many doors and etc. And by the way, the dad should definitely be arrested. So you said that it was not unsupervised access. It turns out it was. You said it was only hunting rifles and it turns out it was an AR weapon. So you were lying the whole time. And by the way, when I talk about gun culture, look, guys, a lot of it is uncomfortable, and there's a lot of good people who participate in a normal part of so-called gun culture. And this guy says that he was a normal part of it, and I get it, and I know people who've done it, and I know that it's an important part of your life, which is hunting. Okay, I understand that. Having said that, he started teaching his kid, I don't know, but I guess earlier than 13, to go how to handle weapons, shoot weapons, hunting, etc. Well, I know I got kids. They're not mature enough to hold a weapon, shoot a weapon, and think that the answer to life's problems is shooting weapons. So that's part of the gun culture, and a lot of good people participate in that culture, and they'll be super mad at me, and they'll say, no way, that's no problem at all. But you're wrong. Teaching young kids how to shoot guns is a
Hey Trevor, welcome
idea.
in.
So here was Cenk, he was going on, and it's like, okay, these are reasonable takes when it comes to gun culture in the United States, and then suddenly it's a quick turnaround, it's like, but then there's these people who will disagree with me, and blah, 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 and it's like, part of the frustrating thing is when I do see a lot of clips from TYT these days, you're watching it and it's like, oh, there's a reasonable take, but then suddenly Cenk will insert in something like, but the leftists will blow up at me if I suggest anything other than what they want in a full abolition of guns completely. Personally, I think all guns should be banned.
Hey,
I
it's
live in
okay.
Canada, though. I get to say that. But I'm not going to yell and scream at somebody with Cenk's takes on what should happen with guns, because I'm also realistic, and I know, okay, you're not going to get rid of all guns in the United States. It's just not going to happen. And, sometimes you have to take steps towards it. Those were reasonable takes. But immediately it's like, oh no, but if they don't agree with me, they're just going to attack me completely. I don't agree with him. I believe all guns should be taken away. I'm not going to attack him on that point, though.
Terrible. It's not at all surprising that a certain percentage of them to go, hey dad, good idea. Instead of using it for deer, why don't I use it to murder the kids that are annoying me in school? You know why? Because they're 13 and 14, and some of them have mental health problems. Giving them weapons is dumb.
Well, there's now
Hey Loons, thanks for modding today. I hope you have a good day. Appreciate you.
precedent with one of the past school shooters, not only
So we don't need to get to the rest of that. But again, part of the reason why I'm focusing on this is, their YouTube channel has over 6 million subscribers. They have their own network. They have other channels that have millions of subscribers. They have like the biggest reach, and they sell themselves as the progressive online left. They're not. They're not anymore. I don't know if they ever were, but they're definitely not now. And spewing this type of rhetoric, again, it legitimizes other people's fears. When Anna goes on a rant like that saying, oh no, there's definitely crime happening here, they're breaking into the homes on the short-term visas, then that legitimizes the right-wing talking points about how out of control crime is, despite the fact the statistics show otherwise. You're going off of personal biases, off of experiences, anecdotes that you might have in your own life. And you're using that to paint a picture of what's happening across the country when it's not the case. You have to look at the actual statistics. And she's refusing to do that. And instead, she's just latching on to these ideas of these sensationalized, crime-ridden hellholes that they're living in right now, and using that to get clicks, to get attention, and to get right-wingers to like her even more, to encourage her. It's like that positive, but it's a very negative feedback loop where she says something that's a little right-wing, and right-wingers compliment her and tell her that she's so brave and that she says that and it's so great of her. And then suddenly they stop doing it because she hasn't gone further. So then suddenly she goes a little bit further. And then the right again is like, oh, you're so brave. You're amazing for doing this. But then they stop again, and she's no longer getting that positive reinforcement. Well, maybe she could have in their left-wing take, but the instant she has in their left-wing take, people on the left question her. Like maybe, I don't know, have you looked into this? Here's the nuance. Why are you choosing this story? And, oh, that doesn't feel as good, but, oh, now I have this right-wing take, and here's all these right-wingers now patting me on the back and giving me all this positive attention and feedback. So, okay, actually, when you look at it this way, then maybe I can go a little bit further here on the right, because this still seems reasonable to me now. And then she stops, and the right wing stops praising her. And then suddenly, well, I have this left wing take on this, and then the left push back. Again, she's not getting that positive affirmation there. And so slowly and slowly, this pendulum that she's on swings further and further to the right. And I will be making a video essay about this that goes into depth as to how this happens. But it is important.
Can't wait for that. That'll be awesome.
About TYT, it is important to cover this because of the significance of what TYT is, what they represent, the message they send out, and how that affects people watching. How that makes people complicit in certain right-wing talking points, how it legitimizes certain right-wing talking points, and how this has real-world harm to a lot of people. Because, right-wingers can spew a lot of these things, but people on the left will dismiss it because it's coming from the right, and we know they're coming from a dishonest perspective. We know that they're grifting. We know that they're just trying to harm and stuff like that. But if you hear it from somebody that you look up to, that you admire, that you trust, somebody on the left, well, then maybe it's a little bit more reasonable. And maybe, maybe those trans activists are demanding too much, wanting to be on sports. Maybe crime is that bad. Maybe we all should have guns. And then you get Elon Musk saying, yeah, I think you're right on this. I think you're right. And that's the thing. You are right. You're getting more right as you go. So, yeah. Nuance, looking into things. Don't be afraid to actually accept criticism. Don't be afraid to be wrong. And when you are wrong, own it. Acknowledge it. Admit it. Don't dig your feet deeper into the sand. You're human. It's okay. We all fuck up from time to time. And I hope that when that happens, when I fuck up, that, people will give me that benefit of a doubt, because you watch my content, you watch my regular content, and I'm coming from a place, a good-natured place. I'm coming from a place of wanting to do right. And if I mess up on that, I want to know. And I want to be a better person, because I want the people in my community, the people around me, the people of this country to have better lives. And that's why I cover the stories I cover. It's not for clicks. It's because I'm doing what I can when I can. And I want to make the best possible change that I can within my resources.
Hey, Lost Doctor, how you doing? Yeah, Hunger Games. I'm really sorry that you struggled with that, and I never went that far, but I wanted to do something, right? Like I wanted to get back at the kids who were so mean to me, or like take out my frustration and my hurt, as a little kid who didn't know what to do with being bullied. But having support is really crucial. But to be fair, if we didn't have the fucking guns, still wouldn't happen. Let's see, Soul Life says she's made it clear she's not on the left. The reason Ruben and Dor went right is because they criticized Dems, right-wingers liked it. Then audience capture kicked in. Anna is on that path. Yeah, I agree. Okay. Ooh. This looks fun. We're gonna skip around. I know I tease some stuff in the title, and we might get to it. But ADHD and autism are a fun combination, and so streams are weird. Glad y'all are here. Okay, but I want to skip around. Speaking of autism, Joe Rogan.
Think about Oppenheimer's struggle that he had with this thing that he had created that was ultimately going to lead to destruction of hundreds of thousands of lives, if not the entire human race itself.
Right. Yeah.
Which was very deeply based in philosophy, like his perspective and his struggles with it. I mean, if he was just like an automaton, like some, sociopathic, just super Alzheimer's guy, or that didn't not autism guy, rather, that didn't think at all about. No concept at all about empathy, no concept at all about our perspective. He would just plow forth ahead and just launch bombs.
He would just plow forth ahead and just launch bombs.
Hey friends, I'm Mike, a late diagnosed autistic adult, and today we're going to bust the myth that autistic people somehow lack empathy. A persistent stereotype is that of autistic individuals being cold or unfeeling. However, many autistic people are simply expressing empathy differently. Some might not display the typical facial expressions or body language that neurotypical people are expecting, but this doesn't mean that they aren't feeling empathy. Additionally, sensory sensitivities and social anxieties may lead to behaviours that are mistakenly interpreted as a lack of empathy at all. After all, a lack of empathy amongst autistic people would be alarming if it were true. There'd also be a strong evidential support for it, which there isn't. So, in this episode of the Joe Rogan podcast, Joe Rogan is talking with a philosopher, and it's actually a rather good episode, other than this little trope near the start that even the guest didn't challenge him on. That's pretty disappointing to me, since these tired ideas hurt autistic people by spreading prejudice about them. It's a rehash of the fictional characters that are both scientifically brilliant on one side and yet have this horrible downside, like not being able to understand the emotions of others. Don't tell me you haven't heard of this before.
Like me, Raj is demonstrating empathy.
What is empathy to you? Just so that we're on the same page, let's define our terms. First up, we have cognitive empathy. For instance, this is your ability to know and understand what someone else is feeling. You might not feel it yourself, but you have a conceptual understanding of it. You know what someone else is going through. A friend of mine once told me about a really stressful day they had at work, and I listened, but I didn't immediately feel their stress too. I understood the weight of what they were telling me, but I usually go into this like troubleshooting mode when friends tell me about things that have upset them. And on occasion, it's had me compared unfavourably to characters like Taos. It's as though the other person is expecting to see a stereotyped emotional display from me, rather than have me genuinely try to listen to their feelings.
Well, you do have a nail in your head.
It is not about the nail.
Are you sure?
Next up is affective empathy, and this is where you feel emotionally what other people are feeling. For instance, if a friend is in pain or distress, you feel those emotions yourself. Affective empathy can sometimes be overwhelming for us, especially for people who are more emotionally sensitive, say. For me, affective empathy can sometimes feel like I'm absorbing other people's emotions without consent. If someone close to me is upset, I find it hard to separate their feelings from my own, and I might end up just being utterly emotionally drained.
Oh my God, that's me. I'm like empathetic to the point that I literally feel what other people are feeling. And I'm like, yo, can you not be so stressed? Because I want to chill.
A friend was going through a breakup, and even though it didn't involve me, I felt their sadness so strongly that it almost became my own. I had to step back to process the emotional weight I'd just suddenly found myself absorbing. Now, some people I know are going to do this to me. I find after meeting with them that they leave happier and lighter. I feel tired and wanting to crawl into a small space to recharge. It's as though on some level they've been an emotional vampire. Many autistic people find themselves in this hyper-empathy arena. And this can mean a form of hyper-affective empathy. Maybe that autistic person you think is being cold and distant is actually simply on self-preservation mode. Lastly, we have compassionate empathy. This is when I notice that someone's going through something difficult and I not only feel for them, but I want to help. So when a friend's been stressed out about work, I'll try and do more than just listen or offer advice. I'll check in on them, send them something to brighten up their day maybe, or offer practical help if I can. It's not just about recognising their struggle, it's about wanting to do something to ease it. I used to volunteer for cats protection and animal rescue organisations. This is a form of compassionate empathy. My issue was that I was spending more time volunteering for others than I was on myself. Now, I'm aware of this now and I'm quite protective of my own time, as I gave up so much of myself that I eventually ended up completely dysfunctional. More on this story for my Patreon Tigers. When you see me going into this troubleshooting mode, that's cognitive empathy kicking in. And it's also my way of trying to help, even if it doesn't match up with what someone else is expecting to see emotionally. So far, so uncontroversial, right? Autistic people often communicate and express emotions differently than neurotypical people. If you're like me, and remember, if you've met one autistic person, then you've met just one autistic person, then I might not make eye contact or smile or frown or do whatever it is with my body in the way that neurotypical people might expect to accompany certain emotions. Displaying empathy, like as an act, is an additional effort. It's kind of like masking, if you will, but experiencing and sharing the emotion underlying it, the actual empathy, is not. When my neurobiology was created, as though in a giant video game character creation sheet, one of the perks chosen for me, sort of accidentally, was delayed emotional processing. Sometimes it's a literal superpower. I've been involved in life-saving situations where I just follow my
Yeah, I think I got that from my mom. Like, it's a pretty common thing in autistic circles. But yeah, if you've met one autistic person, you've met one autistic person, because we all experience our autism differently because it is a spectrum. And every autistic person is super unique in their ways that they are autistic. And you can't say, oh yeah, my cousin's autistic, so you must XYZ. Yeah, my cousin is, or my brother has autism, so like, you must also, flap when you're happy. And it's like, well, no, some people do, some autistic people do, but not all of us.
Training as though I'm a programmed android. And sometimes, outside of those times, I break down uncontrollably. Usually it's a while after the event, when there's nothing apparent to cause me any upset at the time. Last week, Thomas Henley and I were at the gym and we left at 9:33 p.m. Unfortunately, I'd driven us there and the security shutter gates to the car park closed at 9:30 p.m. I had an overnight ferry to catch in a few hours. The general expectation at such times is to flap emotionally. Yeah, let's just say. We can't be having any of those actual hand flaps. I'm joking, of course. Stims help us to emotionally regulate, but I didn't need any emotional regulation to troubleshoot getting out. There was a hotel next door to the car park, so I called them and the receptionist told me it wasn't their problem and hung up on me. I called the local council office, but as expected at night time, no answer. A kind passerby who was staying at the hotel offered to try their keycard on the door, and it worked. Once in, I pressed the big green emergency exit button, and we were out. Does anyone else somehow go into an automatic disassociation, as though that feeling of piloting a meat suit suddenly comes into a strong clarity, and you just get through whatever challenge is ahead of you? It's like a monotropic focus state, but it's emotional. And at some point, not in my control, all the emotions that might be typically expected to work themselves out all emerge everywhere all at once. Saber. He interrupts every single video, by the way. Every single time. Hopefully I'm on my own, somewhere quiet when this happens. People often expect an immediate emotional response, but for me, and for many others like me, it's more of a delayed download. You'll get it eventually, but it takes time to process. Do you know what I mean? Let me know in the comments below. It's not just me, right? Knowing that I have different, but not lesser emotional processes, and that I now have a label for this, allows me to plan for emotional downtime and to be kinder to myself when it inevitably happens. I am autistic, and I wish I knew this 2 decades ago. For decades, autism was primarily viewed through the medical lens as a disorder, often described in terms of deficits in social and emotional skills, for instance. This deficit model emphasises what autistic people may struggle with, for instance, emotional dysregulation, rather than on the diverse ways that they can experience and express emotion. Or what about being clear-headed in an emergency? Surely that's got to be worth some non-deficit points without being typecast in some data from Star Trek or Dr. House type of thing. I mean, they might have some autistic features and they're entertaining, but that's as far as it goes. One of the most important ideas to emerge in recent years is the double empathy problem, coined by Dr. Damien Milton in 2012. This theory suggests that the social communication difficulties between autistic and non-autistic individuals, they go both ways. It takes two to tango. It's not just that autistic people struggle to understand neurotypical perspectives, therefore our deficits, but that neurotypical people often struggle to understand autistic ways of thinking and feeling. Both ways. I remember this one time I was hanging out with a group of friends at a dinner party. Everyone was chatting and catching up, but I was really focused on a project that I'd been working on earlier that day, something that had totally absorbed all of my attention earlier. I wasn't being rude, but I wasn't chiming in with the usual casual small talk, you know, like the stuff that people expect. I was listening.
Yeah, Lainey, I really relate to that. It's so like, and it happens to me all the fucking time. And I'm a streamer, you know, and my brain sometimes just fucking doesn't want to work. And I'm like, I tried to talk to my psychiatrist about it and be like, I described it as like brain fog, and maybe that was the wrong term to use because it's like just slow processing. You know, where I'm just like, why can I not come up with cogent thoughts? Why is my head a fucking blank slate 99% of the time, and I'm just sitting here like, oh, that's me.
Listening, just not interacting the way that everyone else was. After a while, one of my friends called me out in front of the group saying, "Hey Mike, you've been really, really quiet tonight. Are you mad at someone?" Thing is, I wasn't mad at all, but I could see that they were interpreting my quietness as me being upset or not.
I hope the appointment goes well, Pendulous Dragon. Take it easy. So originally this video was about Joe Rogan calling out using autism as an example of people lacking empathy and comparing autism with like sociopathy, and saying that, oh, if you're a super autistic guy, they'll just nuke us all. And this is breaking down how autism empathy works.
Not enjoying myself. It felt really awkward at that moment, I think, because in my mind, I was just being myself, thinking deeply, paying attention in my own way, but I wasn't doing it in the whole neurotypical give and take banter of conversation. So in that moment, my friend assumed something was wrong. I tried to explain that I was just focused on something else, but they didn't quite get it. They thought I was avoiding someone in the group, when in reality I was just enjoying being there in my own way. The funny thing is, if this had happened in a room full of autistic people, no one would have batted an eyelid, no one would give a shit. Everyone would be generally understanding that sometimes you just need space to think or focus, and it doesn't mean that you're disconnected or upset. But my friend was neurotypical. Their expectation,
you know, there's a little bit of like ND versus NT, like beef, I guess, you know, and like, is that valid? And I'm like, I don't know. Can you link this? Yes. Link.
of normal societal behaviour led to a miscommunication about what was actually happening. Whose fault was it? It's a perfect example of how miscommunication doesn't just come from the autistic side, it is mutual, and sometimes neurotypical expectations are the thing that creates the misunderstanding. Empathy breakdowns then can happen from both sides, and it's not the fault of one side or the other. Any breakdown in empathic understanding is mutual and tends to happen across ND-NT boundaries and not within the same neurotypes, like a group of autistic people together. On my Scratching Post Discord server, there are over 100 autistic people empathizing and supporting each other with no such empathy difficulties in sight. Some autistic individuals experience hyperempathy, where they feel the emotions of others too intensely, leading to overwhelm and burnout. This can sometimes result in avoidance behaviours or emotional shutdowns, which might be misinterpreted as a lack of empathy, when in fact it's a form of self-protection. I'm struggling to explain this, but it's not just that you feel someone's sadness, you feel it so strongly that it can physically drain you, like somebody's plugged into your emotional battery and they're siphoning out all your energy. Sometimes fiction can do this to me. I know it's a story written for entertainment, but occasionally I can feel utterly drained, especially if it includes themes about animals being hurt. Some shows I won't watch because I know this in advance. Okja is one I'm going to avoid until I'm fully charged. Another concept that might help clarify is called monotropism. This is a theory of...
Yeah, vibrator. So I was at a Black Lives Matter protest in 2020, and it was it was a candlelight vigil for someone who had been killed by the police state, and it was a small group of comrades, and we were having a candlelight vigil, and then made sure everyone was safe, but I just walked away. I was ready to go home, and I lived close by, and I just didn't say anything and just started walking away. And then everyone a bunch of people a couple people followed me, and I was I'm leaving. I'm done. And they're oh. And then they ended up coming over to my house, and I was I was done. But yeah, I mean, I think we sat on my porch and drank some Jameson. I was I can't. I wasn't expecting to have a bunch of people over. I have a 1-bedroom apartment. It was pretty funny. Monotropism, one of my favorite theories
of autism that suggests that autistic individuals have often one single sort of deep focus on certain subjects or interests at a time. You're deep in focus. You've got it's how autistic people allocate their attention differently and focus deeply on something. Now, while this deep focus can make someone seem disconnected from the surroundings or social cues, it doesn't mean that they're emotionless or without empathy. They might just be simply deep in focus. Now, I struggle to ensure that I drink and stay hydrated throughout the day, especially when I'm working and the hours just fly by. That's completely unnoticed by me, the passage of time, and my own bodily signals. And if I'm not picking up on those, then I'm going to struggle to pick up on the emotions of someone else vying for my attention. The first video on my channel was about monotropism for some very good and personal reasons. When we talk about autism, the language we use has a profound impact on how people with autism are viewed and treated by society. The words we choose shape how others see us, and they can either help to foster understanding and inclusion, or they can reinforce harmful stereotypes. And that's why it's so important to push back against outdated and ableist language that spreads the false idea that autistic people are cold, unfeeling, or lacking in empathy. Take Joe Rogan's comment about autistic people being automaton-like, for example.
I mean, if he was just like an automaton, like some, you know, sociopathic, just super Alzheimer's guy, or, you know, that autism guy.
It paints a picture that's not only inaccurate, but kind of harmful. This language isn't just a harmless mistake, it actively perpetuates ableism. Ableism, in case you aren't familiar with the term, is discrimination or prejudice against people with disabilities, including autistic people. When we use terms that frame autism as a lack, like saying someone lacks empathy or has a deficit in social skills, we contribute to the idea that autistic people are broken versions of neurotypical people. But we're not broken. We experience and express empathy differently, and the challenges come from society's inability to recognise and accept those differences. Autistic people are often incredibly empathic. In fact, many of us work in fields where empathy is key. Social justice, caregiving, the arts, and advocacy. I mean, I couldn't do this YouTube channel without even a drop of empathy. Come on now. There are roles that require deep care and concern for the well-being of others. So when you suggest that autistic people are incapable of understanding or caring about the perspective of others, you're not just wrong, you're dismissing the valuable contributions that autistic people make every single day. When you constantly see characters on TV or film that are brilliant, but emotionally disconnected, it sends the message that autistic people can't be both intelligent and empathic. And that's simply not true. Many autistic individuals are deeply empathic, but they might express it in ways that might not fit the neurotypical mold. And that doesn't make their empathy any less real. Come to think of it, autistic love languages sometimes differ from neurotypical ones. If I should make a video about it, let me know in the comment section below. I actually kind of need an excuse to talk about autistic pebbling. Changing the language we use when talking about autism is more than just semantics. It's about shaping a more inclusive and accurate understanding of autistic people. Instead of saying that person lacks empathy, let's talk about different expressions of empathy. Instead of deficits in social communication, let's recognize different ways of connecting. By using language that affirms autistic people's strengths and acknowledges the unique ways they have of experiencing the world, we can shift perceptions and create a society where autistic people are understood and valued, not for how well they fit into a neurotypical expectation, but for who they truly are. The truth is, autistic people feel deeply. The ways we express that feeling might differ from neurotypical expectations, but it doesn't mean it's not there. Words matter, and they can either build up or break down understanding. If you've ever felt like you were taking on someone else's emotions so deeply that you needed to shut down, you're not alone. It doesn't mean that you didn't care. Watch this video next. It's about how some of us protect ourselves from absorbing these feelings. Bye!
All right. How does that prove that? What? Let's go. Speaking of being a revolutionary commie leader, we are going to talk about autism and Marxism.
Hi,
Hi,
I'm
wow.
Janine Booth, and welcome to my presentation on Marxism and autism, subtitled There is a Spectrum Haunting Europe. That's my favourite joke. For those not in the know, autism is a spectrum condition, meaning it affects different people in different ways, and the first line of Marx and Engels' 1848 Communist Manifesto was, there is a spectre haunting Europe. There are different approaches to understanding autism within our society. Perhaps the predominant one is a medical approach. It sees autism as a disease or a tragedy, and autistic people as being broken and needing fixing. But there is a more progressive approach that's been developing over a number of years. That more progressive approach recognises neurological diversity, i.e. that the human species
I don't think autism was like a diagnosis when Einstein was around, Soul, but yeah, he was definitely neurodivergent with he had a speech delay.
Different people have different brain wiring. But that more progressive approach, while welcome, doesn't necessarily locate autism and neurodiversity within the social structures of society. But it's important to do so. Firstly, because all disability exists in a social context, but secondly, particularly with autism, autism is an issue that relates to the way that people interact socially, so we have to consider it in a social context. We're all expected to follow social rules, but who makes those social rules? So what I want to do here is to explore whether Marxism can help us understand autism and the autistic experience in our current society. So first of all, let's look at our definitions of our two themes. Autism. Autism is an atypical neurology, a different brain wiring. Perhaps if the majority of the population is Windows, autistic people are Apple Mac. This atypical neurology leads to an atypical processing, different cognitive function, atypical communication, differences in social interaction, and in sensitivity to various sensory inputs, such as noise or light. Marxism is a strand of socialism which is scientific socialism. It studies socialism rather than simply wishing for it, providing a critique of capitalism, and seeing the way forward as the self-emancipation of the working class, the basic exploited class under capitalism, a class which Marx described as having radical change, i.e. the potential and the power to liberate not just itself, but other oppressed people too. Marxism sees change, social liberation, as coming through class struggle, with the ultimate aim of abolishing the division of society into classes. So let's look at the impact of capitalism on autistic lives. Capitalism brought development, it brought knowledge, understanding, scientific inquiry, the potential of providing more support for people. It accelerated production. It was a big improvement on what came before it. However, it also increases social pressure. It brings people together in a much more intense way, and it increases light, sound, other sensory stimulation. So for autistic people, modern capitalism is both developed and distressing. It brings huge advantages and huge potential, but it can also bring great distress.
Our life is on YouTube.
And the key way in which it does this is that capitalism puts a premium on how good you are socially. For instance, whether you get a job or not can depend as much on how your potential employer thinks you'll fit in as on how good you are at the job. So when we talk about autistic people being disabled, we mean that capitalism disables autistic people. Over the last few years, there's been a significant increase in autism diagnosis, and it's interesting to look at the different
leftist fucking audio.
Different ways in which this has been explained. The medical model explains it as an epidemic. There's this huge increase. There must be an epidemic of autism. Look at this graphic here, this badge. Scared yet, it says. Well, actually, I'm more scared of the people who produced that badge.
Yeah, no
and
shit.
the
That's
thinking
fucking
behind
creepy.
it, than I am of the fact that there's an increased recognition of the prevalence of autism. The more progressive or accurate explanation is that society has an increased awareness of autism, an increased availability of diagnosis, including things like online diagnostic tools, and that the criteria for diagnosing autism in an individual have been steadily widened down the years. However, I think we can, and it's important to, go further than that. The increasing social pressure that capitalism places on people, the increasing sensory overload that is thrown at us, causes such distress that more and more autistic people seek diagnosis in order to access help. So society and its autistic members have coming into conflict with each other more and more. An awful lot of autistic people get their autism diagnosis having initially sought help, for example, with a mental health problem with anxiety or depression. We also need to look at austerity and class differences in autistic experiences.
Okay. I don't know that I can deal with that. The jump scare audio. I'm gonna give this a like and a sub, but that's pretty harsh. Like, it's something I would watch by myself, but I don't want to put my stream through it, you know? Like, I can't... I feel bad for y'all's ears when it peaks and it hurts. So I'm like, I can't... This is politics now. This is your politics.
far-right parties have made major gains in European Union parliamentary elections.
The rise of the far right across Europe and the possible threats that could end.
Violence and vitriol on the streets of the United Kingdom, targeting migrants and mosques.
For a snap parliamentary election in his country.
France is on the road to Vichy, and it appears that the rest of Europe is poised to join it. Europe is staring down the barrel of surging fascist popularity reminiscent of the lead-up to the Second World War. Populist rhetoric and strategic alliances are reshaping the political landscape, with recent elections revealing significant and unsettling shifts. This resurgent neo-fascist movement and its increasing popularity is dangerously similar to its historical analogues, and demands urgent attention. Recognizing these signs and taking decisive action is essential. In this episode, we'll take a look at what exactly is going on in Europe. But before we do, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. As you all know, we make political content here and on our other channels. Unfortunately, that means some people don't like us very much. These days, a quick Google search is all it takes to find someone's personal information. Data brokers sell your information to scammers, spammers, and anyone else who may want to target you. Your full name, email.
I wonder if the sponsor is censoring your content. I'm like so sketched now, you know?
Home address, health records.
Like, I still think JT is fine, and that's probably why he left Nebula.
That's why I've been using Aura to help keep my private details
But like,
private. Aura shows me which data brokers are
I'm
selling
so
my information
sketchy
and
of like
automatically
anyone
submits
having
opt-out requests
sponsors
for me.
now, because I'm like,
This not only cuts down on the
there's
amount
so
of spam I
much.
get, but also helps keep all my accounts safe from bad actors. I'll give you a real-world example.
Behind the
AT&T
scenes,
recently revealed
lack
that
of
over 73
transparency.
million customer records, both existing and former customers, were released on the dark web. They recommended that those affected change their passwords, monitor account activity, and consider credit freezes or fraud alerts from credit bureaus. This was a huge breach, but I don't have to worry. Aura does all of this for me. And best of all, I don't have to download a bunch of different apps just because some company couldn't keep my data secure. I value my privacy, and I'm sure you value yours. You can go to aura.com/firstthought to start your 2-week free trial.
yeah,
no
I think
strings
Means
attached.
TV is
Try it out,
fine.
and I promise you'll appreciate the peace of mind.
Like, I know they're at least not censoring like pro-Palestine content, because Mike Figueiredo's with Means TV still, and he's been outspoken about the genocide, you know, so. I don't know.
Support the show and protect your valuable data by signing up today at the link below. Since their decimation in World War II, far-right movements in Europe have evolved, adapting their ideology and strategies to the changing political climate. Unfortunately, they've been broadly successful. This moderation has led to the notion of soft extremism, opposing democratic values without the explicit traditional racism, focusing instead on anti-Muslim rhetoric. Movements like the AfD and Pegida in Germany form the vanguard of an emerging neo-fascism, incorporating a populism that pits the people against the elites and the scapegoated other. In Belgium, the Netherlands, and Luxembourg, the success of right-wing populists has been greatly influenced by mainstream parties and media, both traditional and online. The 2019 European elections saw the so-called Identity and Democracy faction secure 10.8% of the votes, a warning sign that the far-right's influence in the halls of power is growing. These neo-fascist groups seek to undermine democratic institutions, a strategy employed during the Weimar Republic period with devastating success. And it's important to understand the significant overlap of garden-variety conservatism and the extreme right. The normalization of fascist ideas in society and within more mainstream parties inevitably leads to a point of no return, where fascism's rise becomes all but inevitable. This is something we've seen before. It's something that we all supposedly agree is bad, but obviously that's not actually the case. This brings us to the 2024 French legislative elections, which featured enthusiastic and active far-right parties. The National Rally, under Marine Le Pen, has continued its strategy of normalization to gain broader appeal. Le Pen's leadership has sought to shed the party's extremist profile to maximize electoral support. Eric Zemmour's party, Reconquête, a new, belligerent far-right group, stands in contrast with its more extreme positions. Zemmour's openly pro-Russian stance has also distinguished him from the National Rally, and their willingness to state these positions allows Le Pen to play the moderate. Meanwhile, the mainstream right has shifted towards adopting the National Rally's nativist rhetoric as well as their talking points and policies. It's within this context that we need to assess the election results. After the first round of voting, there was a real fear that the National Rally would win the second round in a historic landslide. Thankfully, that didn't happen. The headlines after the vote heralded a major win for the left. The coalition they formed had done its job and prevented the National Rally from gaining a controlling majority. The radical centrist coalition won the second most seats, and to no one's surprise, they don't seem interested in an alliance with the left. Now, usually, the president would choose a prime minister from the party with the largest number of seats, which in this case is the left coalition. I say usually because the current centrist president Emmanuel Macron is very reluctant to pick someone from the left. At time of writing, Macron has rejected the current prime minister's resignation, asking him to stay on for the sake of stability, and to give him more time to choose a suitably right-wing replacement. Macron's indecision is indicative of the broader gridlock that this election has produced. Since the three largest opposing parties each hold roughly a third of the legislature, they will likely fail to deliver a functioning parliament, which, added to the drama of Macron's stubbornness, will grind the political machine to a halt. The 2024 French elections paint a worrying picture, which echoes the turmoil of Germany in 1930. The surge in support for far-right parties like the National Rally parallels the rise of the NSDAP. This growing far-right influence, fueled by societal discontent and economic uncertainty, mirrors the conditions that allowed the NSDAP to gain traction. France's left coalition and Germany's SPD each show significant left-wing presence, though France's alliance remains fragile due to its mix of far-left and social democratic factions. Centrist parties in both countries, as staunch supporters of the status quo, only serve to perpetuate the existing political order, with France's centrist bloc notably stronger than Germany's. Conservative parties like the Republicans in France and the DNVP in Germany have maintained a steady presence, reflecting the enduring appeal of traditional power structures. Liberal and regionalist factions also made their mark, though their influence was less pronounced. These similarities between Germany in 1930 and France in 2024 are more than just historical coincidences. The trends of political fragmentation and rising extremism in France today bring to mind the final year of the Weimar Republic, which suggests that unresolved systemic issues continue to drive these cyclical patterns. The far right promises simple, incoherent solutions to complex systemic problems, which end up worsening those very problems they claim to be fixing. For example, the Holocaust wasn't just an act of sadistic brutality. It was a horrifying, systematic attempt to reshape society based on twisted racial theories which were themselves created to justify a certain economic order. Fascist movements not only want a social order based on some insane mythologized past, they want to establish incredibly oppressive regimes to reverse what normal people consider societal progress. This focus on extreme measures leads to catastrophic, violent consequences. Now, let's explore their bankrupt approach to different political issues in detail. Right-wing economics relies heavily on ultranationalism and protectionism, a fancy way of saying imposing high tariffs on imports. Yet they never actually address the genuine economic challenges faced by the working class. A good example of this is Geert Wilders' Party for Freedom in the Netherlands. They use deceptive, democratic-ish rhetoric to disguise their deeper ultranationalist, xenophobic agendas, appealing to broader audiences by preying on the fear they manufacture. For example, their platform includes reducing financial contributions to the EU and reducing government spending on welfare for immigrants in particular. Wilders says that he wants to curb so-called welfare tourism, arguing that the Dutch social system should not support these mythical migrants who do not contribute economically. Of course, this caricature is pure fiction, unsupported by reality. The former imperialist powers really hate the immigrants that they themselves created. That aside, they also want a Brexit for the Netherlands they call Nexit. And if you thought it was a disaster in the UK, remember that the Netherlands shares 2 land borders with EU members, and uses the same currency as their neighbors. Separating from the EU would be catastrophic for the Netherlands. Unfortunately, EU policies over the past 2 decades have inadvertently fueled reactionary sentiments, contributing to the rise of these movements and exacerbating economic inequalities across Europe. The Party for Freedom finishing in first in parliamentary elections is a good illustration of the broader shifts occurring in Europe. The instability their policies will cause will inevitably lead to further societal division and unrest, which is good for the far right. Reactionary parties thrive on this vicious cycle, a cycle the current system is not equipped to handle. You can't vote out fascism. The exploitation of societal divisions always comes wrapped in euphemisms about cultural identity. Reactionary elements form alliances that often appear contradictory but are fundamentally characteristic of fascist opportunism. For instance, Matteo Salvini's party in Italy has aligned with Israel to gain political legitimacy despite its xenophobic stances. Strategies like welfare chauvinism redefine worthiness based on racial, national, and other identity markers specific to the context in which they find themselves. Sounds a lot like apartheid, right? This approach pits native-born citizens against immigrants. They portray the pure, chosen people as victims of a shadowy, corrupt elite. And when capitalism is facing a crisis, these reactionary elements become more attractive partners to liberals or spineless social democrats, resulting in the defunding and/or shrinking of existing welfare programs. Now, it wouldn't be a critique of the far right without talking about media manipulation. A survey by the Arab Center DC reveals something unsurprising. A majority of the Arab public perceives US media coverage as biased in favor of Israel. Obvious, right? The problem is that even though we know Western coverage is nonsense, this manipulation is extremely effective in skewing the average American's understanding of the situation. For example, American media refers to the ongoing horror in Palestine as a conflict or war, when it's actually very clearly an occupation and a genocide. This subtle manipulation of rhetoric results in public opinion being sympathetic to the disgusting actions committed by Israel. And it's not just in the US. UK media coverage of the genocide also shows significant bias, with disproportionate empathy towards the far fewer Israeli victims over Palestinian ones. Such manipulation allows the Western ruling class to more effectively spread their hateful ideology. At the moment, the only other options are the slightly less right-wing liberals or centrists. Many people mistakenly believe that these groups represent a viable alternative. That is not the case. In reality, it's the difference between name-brand products and their generic competition. Same result, just different packaging and aesthetics. Let's start with economics. Policies from both far-right and liberal centrist parties often end up converging on nationalist and protectionist themes. Just as far-right parties weaponize democratic rhetoric to conceal their nationalist and xenophobic ideology, so too do liberals and centrists adopt this strategy to gain broader appeal. This approach underscores their shared tendency to prioritize short-term political gains, and favors to the ruling class, over long-term economic stability, which further destabilizes the economy and worsens inequality. Fascist political rhetoric has deeply influenced mainstream discourse and normalized extreme right-wing views. The rise of Donald Trump disrupted the notion of American exceptionalism, aligning US politics with global trends of democratic backsliding. His election on a mainstream party ticket, mirrored by Bolsonaro in Brazil, should make it clear that far-right politics are now solidly mainstream. The media's normalization of these talking points for the cliques has furthered this process, making extreme views acceptable to the public and paving the way for even more extreme rhetoric. There's also the issue of aesthetics. In the US and Europe, aesthetic choices and practices play a critical role in shaping authoritarian and populist politics. These aesthetics influence national identities, class structures, and societal norms. Digital practices, such as meme production, yes, really, are instrumental in building right-wing narratives, blending playful and violent elements to make genocide, murder, or past horrors like the Holocaust seem cool or reasonable. The marriage of aesthetics and politics underscores the importance of cultural production in the strategy of these movements. Essays in political and legal anthropology reviews show how aesthetics come together to form national identity, class perspectives, and societal norms. For example, the explosion of anti-woke content. This strategic use of aesthetics helps attract a wider audience, particularly among younger generations, solidifying their ideological indoctrination. By cultivating right-wing sympathies through aesthetics, these movements blur the line between politics and cultural representation, making their ideology more pervasive and insidious. We also touched on the right-wing's weird affinity for Israel considering how anti-Semitic they are, so it's worth examining more closely. It may seem paradoxical that some fascist parties in Europe have become staunch supporters of Israel. Israel believes so strongly in cultivating these alliances that it's state policy. Politicians like Italy's Matteo Salvini, the UK's revolving door of prime ministers, and all US presidents since 1948 use visits to Israel to bolster their political careers. Netanyahu's government has strengthened ties with far-right groups in Europe, leveraging these relationships for political support. US support for Israel has strong-armed European governments and far-right groups alike to adopt rabid pro-Israel stances. This relationship is mutually beneficial. Far-right parties gain political legitimacy and support, while Israel secures significant backing from European countries, including Hungary, Poland, and Austria, where neo-fascist elements support Zionism despite their historical anti-Semitism. Yet another reminder that Zionism has nothing to do with Judaism. This cooperation appears on the surface to be pragmatic, since they have several overlapping goals. However, it's actually ideologically driven. The main fascist motivation to support Israel so fervently is an insidious desire to promote the legitimacy of ethno-states, and in liberal systems, to justify ever more destructive racist policies.
I'm sleepy. I think we're probably gonna raid out after this video.
Israel's model to advocate for his own vision of an ethno-state for the nebulously defined white people. The main source of this support is from the anti-Semitic notion that Jews aren't able to integrate into other societies and should be corralled into one place. Sound familiar? Their logic is perfectly consistent. Spencer has even gone on Israeli television to declare himself a white Zionist, seeking to justify his stance by drawing parallels to Israeli nationalism. In Israel, laws favoring Jewish citizens over Palestinians provide a template for similar policies advocated by European right-wing extremists. The expansion of apartheid-inspired policies across Europe mirrors Israeli practices that reinforce their exclusionary ideology. By aligning with Israel, these fascists gain a semblance of legitimacy in the eyes of liberal society, while promoting their reactionary garbage. The alarming rise of far-right movements in Europe echoes dangerous historical precedents, threatening to repeat some of the worst atrocities of history, or if they get their way, outdo them. In Germany, AfD and Pegida's populist rhetoric is gaining ground. In Belgium and the Netherlands, right-wing extremists are rapidly winning real power. And in Italy, Matteo Salvini is teaming up with Israel and other far-right factions to bolster his political influence. The 2019 European elections resulted in a major rightward shift, while in France's recent elections, Le Pen's National Rally gained a historic number of seats. These are all very bad signs. As right-wing parties become more mainstream and adopt ever more extreme views, political gridlock and dysfunction will reign, paving the way for strongman fascists to seize control. Recognizing and countering these movements is critical to protecting our future, before it's too late. Episodes like this one are made possible thanks to our
Oh shit, I was muted. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I love you guys. We're going to raid on over to Dave Legend on Twitch, YouTubes. Thank you for hanging out with me. Big loves. Love Bigly. Raid hype, stream hype, sleepy streamer hype. I was like fading through that last video, man. But I have been up since 4 in the morning, so I think it's time for a nap. Yeah, like the stream. Thank you, moderators. Thank you so much for all your hard work today. I really appreciate you, mods. Thanks, Joker. Thanks, Soul Life. Thanks, Loons. Fighting Gale. Appreciate you all.
All of us are trans.
It's true.